World Cup in Spain last year. And in Vietnam in 2021, he provided a gold medal for the Philippines in the Southeast Asian Games, won the 9-ball singles there. If he won the World Championship or the US Open, something like that, it would not be a shock to anyone.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, amongst the players, I mean, he's been a top 10 player, really. I mean, just got to get out there and do it. And the more time he's now on the World 9-Ball Tour, you just got to believe those big titles are coming. And, you know, he had a huge one last week, and it was with so many fans there. So
you have to break. Still leading by 3 racks to 2.
I just kind of feel like David needs a break and run here. Great break off, really good timing, getting a lot on the object balls. It looks like to me, of course, there's a lot of work with 8 on the table, but the blue 2 is the real one, and he's got to shoot. Too much reward with the red 3 over the middle. 4 or 5 kind of connect. I'm not sure that he's going to try and play to a little bit the bigger pocket, and what I mean by that, he can use a hair of the side rail maybe. He doesn't hit it perfect.
It's that 2-ball again. He missed it in rack 1 and he's missed it here.
And that upper right corner has produced more misses than any in the contest. And I just kind of feel like if he's totally comfortable, he goes to the other corner. I mean, that you just, I think so anyways. He's going to overscrew this a little. Still should be just fine.
It is such a noisy crowd, but when he was down on that, you could hear a pin drop. A co-pin yee drop.
Yeah, trying to figure out what he was sizing up, something on the 7. So he probably wants to get really straight here on the green 6 and somewhat close. Man, he's falling perfect. He doesn't have to worry about the lower right with the draw stroke. Of course, with those soft hands, he can draw with what looks like a pretty light one. He'll come all the way back to the rail, kind of use it as a reference.
Once bitten, twice shy. He'll be very keen here to leave the 9-ball essentially as a formality.
Man, really hard to make a mistake. He'll be off the cushion, sliding up the left, coming at the 8 with an angle to get back on the 9. He's at the slow a little bit. Most your average fans and pool players, and it seems like everyone plays pool a game or two at some time or another, would look like this is perfect, but he actually wanted a hair more angle. That way the cue ball travels a little easier.
Manufactured the angle that Jeremy was talking about. He missed the 9 in the 4th rack. If he misses this, I would be astonished. Johan Schur was 3-1 down. Now, though, it's 3-3. And, of course, after the break, he gets to break.
Another ad for vape.
What a cracking match to start the final evening of the Reyes Cup. It's 3-3 in a race to 5. And again, we'll talk about the lag. How important now? Johan Chur, potentially 3 racks left. He's got the break in 2 of them.
All right, the cue ball's going to dodge that right middle, and he's going to get a shot. One we know he's going to attack with. Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to play position. That upper right corner really causing some problems. The angle on the 2 not the best to put inside, that being left spin. So an awkward one getting on the red 3. He may bang this away and play safe.
Percentage-wise, I don't think we could really fault that.
Well, just like we talked about, trying to keep your opponent off the hill. He knows that if he wins this match, I mean, it would be something more than a miracle, I think, for Europe to be able to come back and win. Could fluke this.
keeping up the heat.
Yeah, he's going to come across off the left long rail. Again, he's got, I think, a good chance to fluke something. Is he going to go to the right rail? No, he's just sizing it up. Could pocket the 2 on the side. Could bank it cross side. Could pocket the 7 in the lower right off the bottom of the 2. This will have some speed.
Also,
the one eventuality we didn't see, and Al-Qaedi and Team Europe did not want.
and please start the shot clock.
Yeah, kicks on the blue too have cost him a couple games, or at least one so far with the combination. Now that was a bit unlucky. Seems hard pressed to get between the 2 and 7 there, but now he's just got to sit and wait for another opportunity.
The extension, please.
Going to play the 8 here. He's going to play the 2 off the back of the 5 and 8. Wow. Kind of one of those Filipino shots, I think. I don't think he's playing the triple. This may be a double kiss off the back of the purple and 5. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, he's back at the table, but David's got to be a little concerned about a lot of things here. Obviously, the obvious one, how do you get at this blue 2? He's asking Efren, please show me something.
Extension,
Always
please.
fun, David Al-Qaedi. But back to business. You know, he's got to probably tie something up here, Phil. But it is 3 consecutive fouls is a loss of game in 9-ball pool. So if he ties something up and surrenders ball in hand, he'll be on two fouls at that moment.
Second foul, ball in hand.
Right here, the Matador needs a miracle.
And please start the shot clock.
Yeah, and you wonder if he can tie up the 8 on top of the 2 here and just give him ball in hand and kind of stalemate, really, to where he can't get at the 2 period. Doesn't come up very often, especially at this level. I don't think he can cut this one. I don't think he will.
He had a massive advantage there, and suddenly it's dissipated.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, you know, you can play your way into a funny spot. Now he's going to play a chip safety, and got to believe David will be in a better spot than he was.
David, John,
He's
2
even
fouls.
going to have a piece of it, which is much different than we expected. Now David had a miscue earlier where you got to watch out. He had where he didn't get a rail on a shot. So any foul here is a loss of game and would put Johan Schua on the hill. Tried to hit that much thicker, using the brown 7 to hold the red 3. Does he go through this to the rail maybe? No, he's just going to draw it. Try and use a little ball speed on the 3 to get the hook. I don't know if this is any good.
Suddenly it's become rather tentative.
Yeah, just a packed house here on day 4. There's the greatest, or arguably the greatest to ever do it. Watch out for the pink. Did get out of the way. He's got a pretty playable cross-side bank here. The pink's pretty open. He can play from underneath. Now he's not really sizing it up, so probably a safety. Oh no, he went for the bank. Cue ball's not what he wanted.
Well, that would have been an extraordinary fluke. It really would. Now, under normal circumstances from here, you would bank heavily on Chua to get the job done. But these aren't normal circumstances. It's the Reyes Cup on the line. Final evening. All tied up, this match.
He's pretty thin, but pretty close to it. So normally you can really kill the cue ball. So he'll dig low on this. What he wants is a little bend off the 4. Or excuse me, the 5.
He actually caught that one a little on the thin side, and he still held it very easily.
Yeah, I think he held it more than he imagined. And when you're in that situation and it is thin, you're gonna try and get the most out of it. Wants a little bit off the cushion for the brown 7. I like the corner here. I wouldn't mess around with these sides myself, but just seems like you can really hit the ball pure and it still bobble.
All week on those recovery shots to distant corner pockets, he's been absolutely excellent.
Yeah, and you can see probably still not quite as comfortable as he has been in this event, but starting to get there.
Pot this 9 ball and he's got 2 bites of the cherry. One of them with a break. Right in the centre. There is Johan Chua's mother on the right-hand side. His wife and his baby. It's a family affair. Johan Chua. He suddenly, over the last, well, few months, become a star, a superstar.
Yeah, so much charisma in the young man and the game to back it up.
You know, at the start of this year, 3 players outside of the top 50 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings could not have imagined what would happen to them in 2024. Daddy, don't become distracted. You've got 1 rack to win yet. Yeah. Robbie Capito won the UK Open. Johan Chua, he won the Hanoi Open last weekend. And of course, back in August, Nicky Kraus won the European Open in Fulda. And talking of Nicky, there he is, the Great Dane. He and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the last doubles match of this year's Reyes Cup will take on Dong Kwok Wang and that man, Ko Pin Yi. Ko, no doubt hoping as he knocks in a few balls that Chua gets the job done here, because that means Ko has got the chance to pop a winning 9-ball.
Team Asia on the hill leading 4-3. Team Euro to break.
Yeah, of course, this cup isn't finished yet, but you and I and maybe Michael and Scott at some point start to talk about that MVP race for the inaugural Reyes Cup. Oh, a dry break it appears with the 9 floating towards the side. Wow!
It's golden. It is golden from David Al-Qaedi. There was definitely a question mark as the 9 ball went towards the pocket, but it just about flopped in. Caught the jaw, and gravity then took effect. What a way to force Hill. Europe need everything they can get.
Yeah, I really didn't think it was going to get there, Phil. We got a nice kick from the cue ball, but about oh, did you see the little bump on the 1? I think that little shave on the 1 is what gave it the speed. We got to really pay attention right there. And I think that's what got that last revolution to tie this match.
And now, Johan Chua wants the same with his break.
Well, it's the first year, of this Reyes Cup, and there'll be many more to come. But this match right here on day 4 shows us, and it's been like that anyways, how much different crazy stuff can happen, and always seems to happen in these team events.
This to put Team Asia on the hill. This to keep their 100% record in singles competition.
Asia to break.
And I kind of get the feeling, watch the cue ball here on this break from Johan Chua.
Foul stroke.
How the pendulum can swing. First a golden break, then a scratch on the break. And look at the balls, all dispersed very invitingly for David Al-Qaedi.
Yeah, and I only mention it because you know the heart's going, and you get into it a little bit with the cut break. It bends a little early, and that side pocket seems to become twice as big as normal. Now a little funny first shot though, because he needs an angle on the 3 to get back across, and the purple's kind of in the perfect position. He'll play 2 cushions, I think, anyways. Now watch out! Watch out! Watch out! And this is perfect.
He's feeling it for all of that experience. He is feeling it.
Yeah, don't even threaten any kind of miss on the pink. Get over there nice and straight, or straight-ish. With the purple very handy. Oof, oof. Pretty thick business there, but it did slide in.
In any other situation, you'd almost put your house on Al-Qaedi to knock these in. They are so simple, it seems, connecting the dots. But he's missed 5 bots in this match.
Yeah. Played a little unlucky on that kick shot on the 2. A little lucky with the 9. Made a beautiful 9 long rail bank after Chua got tough on it. So all kinds of things happening in this first match, and if David can get these 4 balls down, who knows what's going to happen moving forward.
And look at the amount of balls spotted in the match, overwhelmingly in favour of Johan Chua, but it matters not.
Yeah, now he's got obviously an angle going to the left rail. That's the concern, but I think he can follow this ball 2 cushions by it. Could stun, maybe even draw back and take the shot. Yeah, he's drawn back, just going to take a little clip, clip in. Oh, he did go forward. I like that.
It seems as though match 13 in the Reyes Cup is going to prove unlucky for Asia, golden for Europe. will score. David Al-Qaedi in a must-win match keeps Asia off the hill. He was 4-3 down, then he went golden, and then Johan Schur scratched on the break. He did not get another shot. Europe are not out of this yet.
Well, drama aplenty in our opening match of the session. Team Europe came into the final day having not won a singles match so far this week. Up stepped Spain's David Al-Qaedi, who took a 3-1 lead thanks to a 9-ball bank. He scratched in the next, presenting Chua with a 2-9 combo, which he made. At 3-3, Al-Qaedi left the 4-ball over the pocket, almost fluked it actually, but Chua, as a result, was the first to the hill. But a golden break took us all the way. Chua scratched in the decider, and Al-Qaedi was able to punish. As you can see there, it was one dry break apiece in that one. Neither able to break and run. The ball's just not falling for them to do that. Confirmation then, that was our first match of the session, a crucial point for Team Europe to prevent Asia from getting on the hill in this one. Before we get to our second match of the session, let's hear from one of the players involved in Ko Pin-yi.
I very enjoying the team games because every partner is very strong, and in here there are many fans. I can enjoy and I can relax to play the game like a show, not a game, not very serious. I hope I can win with 4 in the second match. So I hope we will win. It's very important and very special for team matchup because this is first time have Reyes Cup. So I hope we can win this time.
Welcome back inside the Ninoy Aquino Stadium, where Europe is currently looking for their first back-to-back points of the entire tournament in the inaugural Reyes Cup. We now shift over to doubles action. Please welcome first for Team Europe, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Mickey Krause.
Next up then, looking to get Asia on the hill, Duong Kwa Kwang, who produced a mighty fine moment on day 1, down in the world number 2 and world championship runner-up in Eklund Kachi. Can he, alongside former world champion and whirlpool master Ko Pin Yi, get Asia on the hill? Or will FSR, buoyed by what his compatriot has just done alongside Mickey Krause, be able to claw another point back? To find out, let's join Scott Frost and Michael McMullen.
Well, we've no past Reyes Cups to draw on, but we can compare with Mosconi Cups in the 30 years they've been going. And there have only been 2 instances in all that time of a team going into the last day behind and coming back to win. And in both of those instances, the team that did come from behind to win won the first match on the last day. So, Scott, Europe have done what they needed to do, but what an eventful opener that was on this final day here in Manila.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Unbelievable match, that last match. One of the best matches for myself, anyway, throughout the Cup, in my opinion. And this young man, stone-faced, needs to get a good break here. And that's a good starter. And he's going to get a good look, FSR, at the 2. A real good opener, actually. 4 to the 5. Here's another look. Yeah, the 4 to the 5 could be a little tricky. You can get there with the 3. So this is obviously the key shot of the rack, in my opinion. Oh, and he's hit it so sweet. You want to get into this ball, Michael. You want to dig deep. He wants to stay below it, unless he's looking to play the 4-9 combination. It's an option, but you have to get real good on that combination.
Krause just delighted to be involved again, apart from the team match which kicked off night 3. He was among those who
the extension, please.
Didn't get to play an actual match yesterday at all.
Yeah, and I think he's a little too steep. That's the concern. He doesn't want to be on the top side of the 4, meaning if he needs to draw this back, he'd like to get below the 4 due to where the 5 is, and this angle is fairly steep to do so. He's got to dig real deep here. Okay, he's come on over to play the combination. FSR must like it. And he's a lot steeper than he wanted to be, but he can send the cue ball up to the top left corner, kind of a two-way. Most of the focus going into the combination. He's leveled out, looking to knock it down.
Let's go.
It's only taken them 4 shots to get this first rack on the board. And you can see this European team are on message, Scott. They've been told, get the crowd involved, get the atmosphere up. The Asians aren't used to playing in this sort of setting. Most of these European players are. They want to create that Moscone atmosphere they've excelled in so many times. With that 4-9 combination, which we can see here again. Francisco Sanchez Reyes has closed out the opening rack. So what do you think, Scott? It started at 9-3. What do Europe have to get to before Asia really start to feel that sense of panic that you can have when something is slipping away from you, when you've been in a strong position?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of points for them to get a sense of panic, but a real sense of pressure. I think if Europe gets to 5 here quickly, you know, they could really start to feel the heat. And you mentioned Chua. I'll tell you what, I was in the European practice room during the last match just for a moment, and a couple of the players were highlighting how nervous Chua looked. Could have something to do with how big this crowd has grown, adding a little pressure to these guys.
Yeah, he obviously experienced a massive crowd in the Hanoi final last weekend, but that was different. That was 2 Asian guys against each other. This is now a largely partisan crowd in his home country. And it's noticeable that Chua in singles and doubles has not won any of his matches this week. Out of 3
second
attempts.
rack. Asia to break, trailing 1-0.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really, I'm eager to see how this man performs under this situation.
Pretty well off the break, 2 balls down, and a look on the 3 for his teammate. I just can't believe they let an American into the team room. There'll be none of that in Florida next month, Scott, believe me.
I'm part of the media, Michael, trying to get notes. Yeah, he's just going to come back out towards the center, I'd assume. 1-2 below the 4 and out.
Such a good week for Duong. He's played 1 singles and 1 doubles, and on the winning side in both. And on the day 2 team match, he won Asia's first point to get them off and running in that contest, and ended up getting the clinching point as well as they won that to make a fine start to what turned out to be a very good second night for them.
And you saw there that angle on the pink was a lot steeper than we thought. Duong coming with a really nice shot to get his partner on the purple. He's straight here. Is he drawing all the way out, or is he trying to catch a piece of the 8? All the way out he comes. Looks very good. Gonna have to dodge the 8 again. He's looking at that line there, meaning taking the 1 rail path up. Really just a top cue ball, I think. Maybe a pinch of inside. Now looking at drawing around 2 rails. Oh yeah. Well done. Nothing wrong with short side here, meaning left side of the table, and it's not really even short side due to where the 8 is. Just want to stay off this left long rail. Did he get a little awkward, I wonder? I think he's kind of like in the 50 here, where it's kind of tough to punch above, kind of tough to stay below. I wouldn't be shocked if he went to the short side. See what he's got in mind. Oh, see how he bent the cue ball? That's amazing right there. And the crowd, they love it.
Yeah, there's a lot of European support. I was talking about them trying to G that up. The Asians, of course, have the bulk of it here, and they know how to work a crowd themselves. So a slightly longer route than the Europeans took in the opening rack. And it's matching break and runs to start us off, and so it's 1-1 in this doubles encounter. It was 30 years ago this year the Mosconi Cup was first played, Scott. It took a heck of a long time to get to this sort of level that the Reyes has reached in year one in terms of atmosphere.
Yeah, I think the leader, Efren Reyes, has a lot to do with that. You put his name on something and they're going to show up. And look at Wong right there. I'll tell you what. To me, he's been a key factor this week. He's played excellent. Made a few mistakes, but every player is going to make some mistakes in this format. Duong, well, he's been a real key to me this week.
Yeah, not expected really, given his showings in the big events this year. But we have to remember he won the Scottish Open back in the spring, which was a very, very strong field, and he beat a lot of very good players to do that. And remember that match he had at the World Masters shortly before that, where he had substantial leads twice against Shane Van Bonen.
Thank you, third rack.
He ended up getting
Team
beaten.
Europe to break. The current scores
So it's
1
not like
rack
he's
each.
been struggling all through the year. This has certainly been one of his better weeks. So, 1-1, Francisco Sanchez Reyes starts the third.
Oh, he really got into those. I don't know how the cue ball finished like this. I don't think it got a kiss. I think it just directly went the 3-rail route. I'm sure we'll get another look at that. Mickey's going to be forced to push, I believe. Yeah, it didn't get any kiss. So maybe a fraction thin on those balls.
You can kick at it. You can kick at it.
You can hear Mickey talking about
you
kicking
want to
at
kick
it.
for this shot? I think so. But what do you want to put the cue ball? The cue ball goes over there and here, and the cue ball gets down here. You would like to? Yeah. Yes, but they're gonna play easy safety. Easy safety. Here. So like it's even better if I put it here. But okay, do you like it? You want to take the extension or not? Yeah, an extension.
The extension, please.
Just to be sure with the cue ball there. Okay.
Right.
Let's go.
I think there's a lot of value in this. The speed's got to be proper. Looking to kick, it's kind of a stick. He's going to send the 2 down past the 6 and up and use the 7, 8, and 9 as cover. Maybe drift down behind the 6. Yeah, the speed was just a little off, but this isn't terrible.
If I don't hit the
Michael.
7.
Yeah. 6 impeding matters here.
Well played.
In terms of the queuing.
Yeah, this guy's such a straight shooter. Kopini, one of the most steady cueists in the game today. He's playing the overcut, bringing the cue ball down. Would love to end up on top of the 6.
You choose, man.
FSR not in love with it. It's kind of in one of those awkward spots.
15 seconds.
6 has the cue ball hampered to the right side is all he can get. Directly elevated. Does he go at the bank here? How does he go at the bank?
It's okay.
Yeah, it felt like he was almost forced. His hand was forced to shoot that bank just because of the angle that it lied on. The defensive play was just as difficult.
Coming in and out of the jaws of the pocket here. There's a bit of unpredictability about what the cue ball is going to do. Yeah, we saw it there again.
Yeah, good call, Michael. And what Michael's talking about there, can he see enough of this? With new cloth and these object balls that are deep in the pockets, it's tough to get movement on that cue ball unless you catch it thin enough, meaning the object ball. And there, he just caught it a fraction thick. The cue ball kills a little short of the mark. He's acting like he can see this, now maybe going to the kick.
And I think he's fluked it.
You think, right, he's got a shot on the 4. It all evens out a bit though, doesn't it? You look at the good fortune the Europeans had towards the end of the first match.
Yeah, you're right about that. Al-Kaidi making the 9 on the break to tie that match up 4 apiece, and then Chua scratching in the side. Oh, look at this hit. He is so fun to watch. Used a low right ball there. Landed pretty ideal here, I think. Yeah, take a look here. Allowing those cushions to do all the work. Oh, this is trouble. Did he get away with it?
Almost, but not quite, I think.
Yeah, let up on the stroke there. Wanted to come all the way back, obviously. Caught the rail. Now he is in jail. Can he get to this bottom rail? I don't think the 9 has him completely. Yeah, a little let up. He didn't want to come to the side rail like that as much as he did. Can he make the 6? He's acting like he can make it. Well, this is weak.
Whatever he was attempting to do, it wasn't that. So, you have to think if the Asian pair had gone on the 6, that would have almost certainly seen them into the lead for the first time. There's been a late twist and it's still up for grabs.
He's going at this lower left corner, killing the cue ball 1 rail across. It's down.
And now all of a sudden it's Europe. More likely than not to take this 3rd rack.
Yeah, pretty mature play there. The 8-9 laying decent for the lower left corner. Less cue ball movement this route. 1 good shot from Kraus.
And the simplest of 9s is left for Sanchez Ruiz. His great pal gave Europe a good start to the night. They're looking to build on it here. That's got the early advantage. Kraus and Sanchez Ruiz leading by 2 racks to 1. They've come to the Ninoy Aquino Stadium in Manila tonight, looking to cheer home their heroes to victory in the first ever Reyes Cup. It's still much more likely than not that they will get to witness that. There's a little bit of doubt at the moment. Europe have won the first of the night. Now 2-1 up in the second as Copigny breaks in rack 4.
Really flush hit as well. He got I guess a good kick to the cue ball. There's a clean look at the 2, the 3. Really awkward down here on the lower right side. Yeah, I don't know that the offensive play following the 2 or after the 2 is really there. Got to get a good look at the pocketing ability of this man.
Yeah, the man who's at the forefront of the rapid rise of Vietnam on the world pool stage. So good runs in a number of big events now.
I'll tell you what, did about as good as he could do. What a clean strike it was. Being close to the 3 here, he can nip the top side of it with an inside ball and send him behind the 5 and 8, or he can play the combination. But really, you can put him in a bad spot here if he nips the top side of this 3 with an inside ball and just sticks him to the back of the 5 and 8. That's what he's attempting to do. A little more pace on it would have been better. It's not bad, Michael.
You know, when it was announced at the start of the year that this Reyes Cup was going to be played for the first time in October of 2024, it would have seemed like a distant dream for Mickey Krause that he'd be involved in it, and even more so that he'd be doing so in the knowledge that it's just a few weeks away from his Mosconi debut. He's in absolute dreamland at the moment, and he's a major tournament winner after his European Open success in August, which didn't come out of the blue by any means. He had a number of good runs leading up to that.
I just think, yeah, maybe the 5 is maybe the 5, even better, yeah. Easier, right?
Yeah.
Indeed, he knocked Francisco Sanchez Reyes, the man he's currently talking to, out of the World Championship in June. The Spaniard went there as defending champion.
Yeah, so he's telling him to just nudge up here with the purple.
Ball in hand.
Tells me that the kick around the 8 wasn't really available, and anything up table 2 rail kick. The 3 was such a small ball, but boy, I don't know that it's going to get much easier from here. I guess we can debate that shot in the next couple innings. So 3 foul could come into play here. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. You know that they're going to really get this 3 nudged up under these balls. And now, the left side of the table's, I believe, taken away. It is taken away. And here's the problem. You've got to open these up. If you don't open these up, you're on 2 already. Yeah. Excuse me, you're on 1, but you're going to be on 2.
I don't know. Then it's easy safety also.
Yeah. Just put the 4 ball here. Try to put it here.
I don't know about that decision, Michael.
5 seconds.
This could really get him in trouble. Now they're on 2.
Ball in hand.
If you just roll the 8 down in front of the 3,
and please start the shot clock.
I think they're done. I don't know. Or can you shoot the 3 forward? Let's see what he's got in mind. No, you can get to the 3 from the other side, so he's going to be aggressive. I believe he's going to be aggressive anyway. You can't get to the 4. Looking to 3 foul him here. Yeah, I think the beats got to him. They should make a good hit here. They're on 2. 3 fouls in a row, loss a game. Would be devastating at this point in the match.
We still have an extension.
No, you don't have an extension.
We still have an extension.
No,
you have used it.
Huh?
You have used it.
Watch the scratch in the lower right. Well done.
Let's go.
Such a veteran at the tactical side of the game, FSR. He looks focused. 3 might leak out. It has.
It's okay.
Is the pressure getting to Asia a little bit?
It has to be so, the 3 ball.
Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah.
Also, you can hit the 7 ball again. You know?
Two forms of pressure on them
15
at the
seconds.
moment. Just the fact that Europe have made the better start to the night, and of course the expectation of the crowd. Both of those factors might just be weighing on them.
That's it. Good shot, bro.
This is a great shot across using the 7 and the pink. Pretty standard kick. I'd like to catch the lower half of this 3. Could actually get a return safety out of this. A lot of good things can happen catching the bottom side of this 3. It's going to lay up, Michael.
A lot of good things could happen in the end. Something bad from their point of view, but again, having to contend with the challenge of striking at a ball over the pocket from distance and trying to get a lot of movement on it for position. So it's shot far from as easy as it might appear.
Yeah, he might just have to come out to the right side of the table and allow Mickey an opportunity at the 4-7 combination. You don't want to try to get short side here. And that's what he's done. It needs to run. Wow. Ball continued to travel.
Like I said,
Play this
always
safe.
unpredictable.
Play behind the 7.
The cue ball does with a shot like that.
20 seconds, bro.
Gonna try and pinch him under the 7 here. Yeah, I don't know. Seemed a bit rushed there.
Yeah, poor hit, and now a chance for Duong. Perhaps produce one of those memorable moments he's conjured up on multiple occasions this week. How does he see it?
Attention. The extension, please.
Extension called.
That's the kind of shot that would just instill a little more momentum back into the Asian cause and get this crowd right up and running again.
Yeah, slight elevation there. Seems to be extremely accurate with the slight elevation. Is he playing the 2-way here, just ducking? I thought he could cut that ball.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, but
Nice shot.
I was surprised as well. So the largely tactical nature of this 4th rack will resume.
Yeah, and that's what
15 seconds.
pressure and a shot clock will do to you. Down to 10 seconds here.
10. 10. What a shot.
Watch the cue ball. It's going to come short of the corner, I believe. Just
Nice
holds
shot.
up.
It's one of those that even though it's still relatively early in the match, it's taking on the feel of a big rack.
Yeah, you got to like those two right now, the way their energy is. I tell you what, it doesn't look great, but the hit was really good where the cue ball finished.
I have to go for it, right?
Yeah, double fortune
can
for the
make
European
onto the
pair
7
on the
if you
previous
want.
shot, just
You get
avoiding
under.
the scratch,
You like it?
just avoiding
Because it's
leaving
really
the
tough.
shot.
You don't want to hit the 7 if you make it. You can hit the 7.
I have to
Purple
go for it,
5 in a
right?
potting
Yeah,
sense
go.
anyway.
Let's go, bro. 50 seconds, okay?
And just hit the right side of the 5 a little too much. Overcut that ball into the rail. Crowd chanting Cocoon Me.
They are just living every roll of every ball in this final night of the Reyes Cup.
You know, something I noticed, FSR, yeah, I get it, he plays with Al-Kaidi a lot, but he's mentioned the shot clock and how much time's left a couple times with Mickey. It seemed like both times he felt a little bit rushed after FSR mentioned that. I don't know if that's a factor or not, but could it be a turning point? Shot was not easy by Kraus. Big shot here from Duong. One rail out.
Acknowledged by his partner.
Just avoid the 9 here. And notice how clever that was. At all times, never going to flirt with the 9 coming to the second rail. So far, a pretty classy finish to the rack by these guys.
Nice shot.
So it's been a long rack. It's a fortune, tactical exchanges. It all ends with the Asian pair drawing it for the second time, getting the crowd up on their feet and chanting again. As Asia look to restore the 6-point advantage with which they started this final day. And if the Asian pair can win this, then Carlo Beato will have the chance in his homeland to clinch the winning point, because he will be up next in singles against that man, Jason Shaw. So often over the years, particularly the last few years, Europe have needed him at big moments in Mosconi Cups. Now, we're going to need him to produce in the Reyes Cup. And that is Carlo Beato, former world champion, former US Open champion. What an addition it would be to his CV if he was to pot the winning 9 in the first ever Mosconi Cup in his homeland. But for that opportunity to be set up, the Asian pair have to win this. And just looking at those pictures there, Scott, on our screen now, I don't know about you, but I can feel a completely different energy and a completely different mood in the European camp today, right from the start.
100%, Michael. 100%. Right from the start, like you said. And then you get that look with Jason Shaw in the practice room. Team Europe, that's what they wanted. They wanted to be able to get to him. Well, the problem is the Black Tiger. He's, in my opinion, playing as good as anybody in the world.
Thank you, it's rack
Yes,
5.
the message may have been along the lines
Current
of
scores,
it's
2
been
racks
thousands
each.
and thousands of miles to get here.
And
We
then
can't
Europe
go
to
home. Just getting absolutely thrashed, which is where things were heading. Okay, so 2-all. Mickey Krause's previous breaking rack led to a pretty quick win for the Europeans right at the start of the match. He breaks again in the 5th.
False.
Well, shades of the final rack in the first match of the night. A scratch in that same pocket.
And please start the shot clock.
This time, though, it's ball in hand for Asia.
Yeah, looking for the trouble here. Maybe the 7 to the 8. What a layout in this 5th game.
Well, in a close match, as this has been so far, you're always looking for that one moment that you feel you could end up reflecting on. Is it going to be that scratch in the side? This has given Asia the chance to lead this doubles for the first time as Efren Reyes, at 70 years of age, looks on.
Look at the way he played this. It's not your typical or standard route. it's high level. Most people would come up one rail and just keep a steep angle to the left side of the purple, not Copigny. Be nice to stay below the 6 here. Wants that to hold up. Bo loves it. If he's just below it, meaning he can go to the left middle and draw over towards the right side of the table. He can afford, if he happens to fall straight on the 7, it's okay. And this is all right. Man from Vietnam, I know people over there are very proud of him. He's performed exceptional this week.
Nicely timed, and that should be that. There was the potential for a shot like that to go wrong, but he's played it well. Cole giving up plenty of study though.
The extension, please.
Yeah, he just overdrew it a fraction. A little straighter than he wanted to be here. Does he come out in front, or I mean around the 9 for the same pocket, or can he come 1 rail, 2 rails up? Yeah, coming to the same pocket with the 9.
As you say, it was a slight overdraw, and that has led to a slightly awkward position on the 9. He's potted a lot of good balls this week, Tom, but he's missed quite a few as well. Big moment in the match, this for Asia to lead it for the first time. Come on! And they do! So the scratch break from Mickey Krause handed Coe and Dwall a massive opportunity, and they have taken it emphatically. 1 or 2 moments of anxiety there on the 8 and the 9, but that's significant. They now lead this doubles for the very first time. It's 3-2 to the Asian pair.
He's handling the pressure as good as any of them out there.
Just looking at Efren Reyes looking on there. I know you've known him for a long time, Scott, as we look at this winning 9 again. Willie Mosconi didn't live to see the event named in his honour. He died just over a year before it began back in 1994. But Efren is still very much with us, and you suspect he will be for a very long time to come. What must it be like for him in his homeland to come here and see an event named in his honour and to be part of it, and to see so many of his compatriots who've come out on this Friday night to be part of it all?
Yeah, I look for the celebration if Team Asia does happen to get the W. We're going to see some emotion from the GOAT.
The thing I always say about Efren Reyes as well, Scott, and I know you'll back this up, it's not just about the big tournaments that he won, the big matches he won. There's so much more to his legacy than that.
Oh yeah, he's done so much for the people here in the Philippines. His entire career was basically focused on helping the people here in the Philippines when he got back here from winning events in the States or all over the globe.
Thank you. Right,
such a selfless man, such a kind-hearted man, and such a leader.
He's staying in the same hotel as us. Every time someone sees him, they almost stop and take the moment in. He's such a superstar here. 3-2 to the Asian pair, but they've missed the one in the side, and it's going to come up dry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think the hit was just a little lacked. Extremely thin, I believe. Yeah, much thinner than he would have liked, I believe, there. The layout. Well, this is reminiscent of some layouts Jason Shaw had yesterday, the way.
Pull the cue ball behind the 2 ball, or just leave you there. Just in case if I make it, you can get position.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the communication. It's good. Can it be a little too much at times? That's my question.
It can be, but it
seconds.
seems they're on the same page with most of these conversations. So from that point of view, I guess it works out. But we saw it yesterday, didn't we, with 1 or 2 of the pairs, that there was a bit of disagreement, and I don't think it was helping things, putting indecision into players' heads.
He's going at this. It's going to be short. but not bad. I think he's even got the snooker. I have to pull out the jump cue here. I think he has it, which he does. Does he go into the one thick, or does he try to make this ball? He definitely tried to make it, and a great effort as well. Open things up moving that 5. This is a real runnable rack.
What do you want the cue ball? What do you want the cue ball? Here?
Well, if Europe are to win the Reyes Cup or even make it close,
15 seconds.
could be looking at being here till about 3 or 4 in the morning, Scott. And we went all the way to the full 9 racks in the first match of the night. This one is shaping up to be something similar. I hope you're not on an early flight out of here in the morning.
Even here is okay, right?
Yeah, I think all of us would like a long night.
It slid too much.
Yeah, I won't think maybe I would all be.
Yeah, but down here, right?
Yeah.
Speak for myself, huh, Michael? Looking to come back down table. Obviously, the 5 could be a big concern if he's going to wrap around 2 to 3 rails. And the 9 could be a big concern, but he's going to miss the 9 and end up near perfect.
Let's go, Mickey.
It is noticeable, and you can hear it from the cheer there. There really is a surprisingly large European contingent. Maybe there are people who live in this part of the world, and perhaps quite a few of them have made the journey, but it's wonderful for the atmosphere to have both sides with big support.
Yeah, he almost hung that combination up, overcut it just a fraction. Now I think he's got to come between the 9 and 7 if he can. Just about getting this ball down, really. Position from the 5 to the 7, fairly natural. Just avoid contact with the 7. You're going to have to dig into this just a little with a low right ball. Might even drag it a little bit. He's great at the drag stroke. Yeah. Just missing the 7. And that's what it required. The drag
Straight
stroke.
over or real?
I'm gonna go here. Take the extension, man.
Yeah.
To say, all
Take
in
the
all,
Extend.
it's been a very high
Extension,
quality
please.
contest. The efficiency with which sides have been taking their opportunities has been notable. It's a contest which could be level again in 3 balls' time.
Oh, this is well done as well. FSR says it shot Mickey. Yes, it was. Michael, this is going to be all tied up.
Yeah, the Europeans had fallen behind for the first time in this match in the previous rack.
Yes.
There was a draw break from Juan Kwok-Wang, and that gave Europe a chance to level again. The yes from Mickey Kraus as the 9 ball goes down. We're heading for another close finish here, Scott. It's 3-all.
The 9 ball for Mickey Krause, clinching rack 6 for Europe. They'd just gone behind for the first time in this doubles contest, but now they're level again, and it's yet another match in this inaugural Reyes Cup when we head into the closing stages.
Team Europe to break.
With the almost impossible task of trying to figure out who's going to win it. Remember, in the 3 possible remaining racks, Europe will have 2 breaks. It could be significant. Here's the first of them.
And that's the patented hit. Is he going to get a good look on the 2? He's going to have a good defensive play. Cut the 2 up past the 8 and 9 and come back behind the 5 and 7. Yeah, a little check English here. I don't know. That's going to possibly leave the gap. If not, he's going to have a pretty easy jump shot. He might be able to play a jump safe here. Basically sending the 2 towards the lower left and killing the cue ball with a bit of a right ball and maybe stunning below the 3 or somewhere around the 3. Just saying that because the jump isn't really too extensive. With that being said, Michael, I haven't seen Duong jump, I don't think, the whole tournament. Wow. It kind of surprised me that he went to the top right corner there. I don't know that I expected that. I thought he might take on a 2-way. He went 1-way.
You want to hear?
Whatever you like better.
Sanchez Reyes has come up against Copigny so many times already this week. He's played 2 doubles matches against him, won 1 and lost the other. Also lost a singles to Co.
He took his extension. Steeper than it looks. This 2 ball to the right side pocket. I saw a flinch in the arm there. I don't know if it was after contact or during.
And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. In these close matches, we always look at shots and think that could be the moment we're looking back on. If it is, Sanchez Reyes will be crestfallen. What a let-off for the Asian pair. They have the chance now to get to the hill. And they will have the break in the next rack, remember.
Yeah, and once again, I'm just wondering if he's kind of talking himself out of it. He calls his extension there. I thought the cut was a little bit steeper than it was, but once they went to that other camera angle, it looked pretty straightforward to me. He just wants to split the 7 and 5 here with good speed.
Well, it teetered for a moment. In reality, it was always going to drop, but has he come far enough to get on the 4, Scott?
Yeah, and you'll notice he caught the 3 too thick, and that's why the cue ball finished where it did. He's going to have to go rail first and probably swerve this. It will carry position if he makes it. Yeah, he's swerving. He's got to hit it easy. Well, he's going to get it down.
Listen to how wild they're going for a 4 ball. And now the chanting as well. Yes, it was a very good shot. The more there will be if they can finish this out. It'll be something to behold. Zhuang Kwok Huang has become a real favourite of this crowd here. Copigny, as you can hear from the chanting, already is in this part of the world. And they should do it from here, Scott.
Yeah, this guy, one of the best I've ever seen at that half elevation. I mean, he just catches the center or the heart of the pocket as good as anybody I've ever seen from that position.
You might notice there in the top right-hand corner of your picture a slight look of resignation on the face of Mickey Krause as far as this rack is concerned.
Well, it's kind of reminiscent, the scoreline anyway, of last match. Doesn't want it to finish on the rail. Since it has, he's probably got the right guy shooting it. Yeah, I tell you what, doesn't get any better than that.
It really doesn't. That's a moment of pure quality, and Cotigny was getting such a high out of it, the way he rushed to the table and slapped it with exuberance. And now it's a simple 8 and 9. Antoine Kwok-Wang is going to punt the 9 that takes the Asian pair to the hill. Listen to the roar. They led 3-2, they got pegged back, and now, against the break, they've won the 7th rack to go in front again. And Cotigny will break in rack 8. The Asians look for the one more rack they need to take their team within one win of the cup. But this is better body language. You know, the fact that that rack has gone against them, and they're trying to keep each other upbeat here. This is different to what we were seeing the last couple of days.
No, agreed. That's all you can do. Listen, I think it was a pretty unexpected miss by FSR to the side. And here's another look at it. I mean, really, you just can't miss those balls. Carried natural position. He knows it. Does it come back to haunt him? Then Ko coming with a nice swerve. He's begging for the cue ball to get low.
He's absolutely loving the team atmosphere this week, isn't he? He's been the winner of a big international team event in the past. And in the World Cup of Pool with Chinese Taipei, the same year that he won the World Championship. Sanchez Reyes, of course, also a World Cup winner with Spain a couple of years ago, a 2-time Mosconi winner.
Thank you, the 8th rack. Team Asia is breaking on the hill, leading by 4 racks to 3.
Will the Europeans get any sort of chance to salvage this? It's out of their hands at the moment.
Oh, the 1's down.
Okay.
Can he make the 2? I don't believe so.
Yeah, it's very marginal, but I agree with you. We should get a better look from here if we stay with this till the Bulls finish. Oh, I don't know, Scott.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
still questionable.
That one looks more promising, the overhead. If he can get to it, it's a definite chance.
He's acting like he can, no problem.
Yeah, I think this is on. Yeah. Well, I said the Europeans might not get the chance to do anything about it. That looks increasingly possible now, Scott.
Yeah, could that miss on the 2 ball by FSR prove devastating? They've got an opportunity to get within 1 point of the cup. This rack. Okay. Drama. Still got a little drama. He's fallen dead straight here. Looking to maybe cheat the pocket and make a new line for the cue ball down on the lower right side. He's called the extension. He has been so impressive this week.
Ball is undefeated in singles and doubles. So close to being on the 5 and having a great chance to run it out.
And we're going to see Europe get back to the table. He just overhit this, really. I think they've got to clip this ball and go towards the green 6. Captain Carl Boys focused. Nice rub. As good a rub as you could have, Michael, because the jump, well, it's not on.
Yes.
Kick it this way,
Kick
right?
it this way and try to, yeah. That's not the shot. It's the only shot, right?
Huh?
It's the only shot.
Yeah, we have the extension.
Yeah.
The extension, please.
Yeah.
If I hit on top, it's good, right?
If you hit just in the middle, maybe you'll leave the cue ball there.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Because that's the only shot.
Yeah, he's going directly towards the purple. He's made great contact, but no love. It's going to set up nicely.
Yeah, they've got the fist bumps there, but that may well be their last involvement in this doubles encounter.
Is he going forward? Like you could miss that ball going forward. I thought he would just stop there, Michael, and leave the cut on the green 6.
But that's the thing, we said this earlier, as much as we've praised him this week, he does miss balls. He's missed a lot this week that you generally expect him to get, and that was another one.
Yeah, and under the pressure, I just feel like that ball's too missable.
10
Putting
seconds.
that extra added English on it. Just pocket the ball, let Ko take the cut on the 6, FSR, with a big opportunity. That's way long. That is way long. 2 major mistakes from FSR, and Asia will not fold from here.
I don't think the Europeans are going to get off the hook this time. This looks pretty routine stuff. It's part of Gong's appeal, though, isn't it? That he does have that unpredictable shot in him, that unexpected miss.
Yeah, it's why it's so fun to watch. Ko rushing the extension for his cue, and they're on the extension on the clock. Where is this going? Drama, Michael.
He's asking a question of his teammate here. Such a good temperament, but even he is taking a few moments to compose himself, get focused on the shot.
Yeah, if he gets position after getting this far in the crowd, they're going to go crazy, and they are.
Cool as you like from Ko Pin Yi. Surely there can't be any further complication here. It's going to be 10-4, almost over and out. Listen to this. Perhaps the biggest roar of the Reyes Cup so far. Because it's the roar which greets the 5-3 win for Ko Pin Yi at Tuong Por Quang, which means that that man in the picture only needs to see his team win one more match to lift the trophy with his name on it. Asia leads 10 points to 4.
Wow, drama, drama, drama. Despite a huge disparity in the scores coming into this session, what a remarkable start we have had. This very lively crowd being treated to some tremendous 9-ball action. Team Europe making the perfect start to match 2 with FSR sinking a 4-9 combo. Asia responded. Things got spectacularly tense. Breathtaking stuff. Every error magnified. Mickey Krause scratching in rack 5 seemed significant, but it was FSR missing the 2-ball to the centre in 8 that was painfully costly. Some exceptional cueing from Asia got them on the hill. Europe were given a lifeline, unable to take it, and as a result Asia, well, they sort of fell over the line in the end, and they are on the hill. Can they get the job done in this match? Well, it is almost time to find out. As you can see, coming up next, it is Carlo Biardo taking on Jason Shaw.
Welcome back inside the Ninoy Aquino Stadium. Team Asia is on the hill right now, which pushes us to match number 15. And boy, it is going to be a banger. Introducing first, fighting to keep Team Europe alive. Please welcome Eagle Eye Jason Shaw.
Move the cue ball back a little bit, but yeah, I thought if they won that doubles right there with Shaw coming with 2 singles, and he's played pretty well besides a couple simple things, kind of felt like it would be game on.
That is the weakness in his game, no doubt about it from me. From distance, he's always missing the odd one, which is completely opposite to Shaw.
Yeah, and, you know, I thought just, you know, I wouldn't call it that tough a shot if they're kind of past the first game and, you know, got a few strokes of the cue in and whatnot, but to open and try and close this Reyes Cup, I thought it was a definitely a missable ball. Tricky out here. Got a lot of work up and down the table, so the cue ball will travel a bit.
Yeah, when I described the potting from distance of Biardo as a weakness, of course it's a comparative weakness to the rest of his game. It's not a weak point, absolutely. Just other points of his game are superior to potting from distance.
Yeah, and it's almost like if it's a little trickier from distance, like he's got to really work the ball or something, he seems to miss a bit less. But just the one there, he's got to just screw it back, maybe a foot. That miss comes in a little more often. I think we've seen it a little more often in 2024, to be fair. Okay, this could get a little funny near the cushion. Does have angle, but, when the pressure's on, that's pretty much makes any shot missable.
I think Shaw will play with freedom, and that will make him dangerous. Beato, of course, has a burden of pressure because he badly wants to deliver.
Yeah, got to move off the 8. Don't take your eye off the ball. Just take what you can get on the 7, and it's in close quarters. May have to do something similar here on the 8. I don't know how much angle he has. Not the type of shot you really want to elevate and draw the cue ball unless you absolutely have to.
Extension call.
Such a reliable potter, Jason Shaw. And the line art in this kind of situation. He comes alive in team environments. We know that from the Mosconi Cup. But he can't do things single-handedly. All he can do is get these 2 points on the board and get Europe back within 4. And even then, it seems distant. Too much to do. But I'm with you, Jeremy. Had Asia lost that doubles match, I think it would have been highly competitive, this, especially given the fact that Jason Shaw, eagle eye, was coming up for consecutive singles. This, of course, is a match that was held over from the other day. He's 36 years of age now. Proudly Scottish, World 9-Ball Tour number 4. And his last big win was in Hanoi last year when he beat Alvin Auschen 13-12 in a pulsating final.
Yeah, pulsating not only because of those two and the scoreline, but 2,500, 3,000 fans there in Hanoi, really sweating every shot and fully into it.
I think Shaw is so good in this kind of situation because he's got a defiant mentality. It's a sort of him against the world. And I think the more support Asia give to their players, as has been the case with the Americans and the USA team in the Mosconi Cup, the more he thrives.
Yeah, we're not looking past this match. This is
rack 2.
As good as it gets, entertaining and of course intense.
1 rack to 0.
Got to start thinking about, kind of who's your opinion. I'd love to know on the MVP side of things if Asia does go on to win. Great break off there. He's going to love it. I don't know if the 2 will open. Now, how good is he with the jump cue? I mean, you can't win all those titles without able to hold your own, but it's going to be a difficult push out. And one thing I brought up about the jump is the angle to play this and get position on the red 3. It's pretty nice. So if you're comfortable, it's a little odd with the 9 being a little far away and the 2 being about the same distance, getting it up and over and then down. But there's a little bit of a backdoor safety on a miss with the jump cue.
Push out called.
Okay, so rolling out
Jason,
to,
it's your choice.
I think maybe a sliver of the 2. This is an odd push to me, especially if you can't see it. think it gives it back pretty easily if he can't see it.
Carlo, please play again.
So I guess he's coming off the bottom cushion the way he's kind of surveying things. I'm interested to learn here because this is a guy, again, one of the best in the business, going to the rail first with the cue ball. I hit it beautifully. May leak out a little bit, but still you got to like it. And Jason will attack here on the long rail bank to the lower right. All kinds of cover with the 4, 5, 7, 8. In between what should be the cue ball near the upper left as the 2 goes towards the lower right. I fancy him to make this. Talked about him being one of the best going to the rail first. Again, he's going to have to show us something. So it's going to be, I believe, a jump kick here.
Extension call.
Taking his extension very early in the rack. That's what was a gamble. Well, at the very least, he's achieved distance. Not much else went right.
Yeah, I love seeing this cue power we're going to get to witness from Jason Shaw. So compact, but generates a ton.
What a fluke. Eagle Eye fell off his perch and landed on his feet.
Yeah, and if you notice, not the time for the apology that you see a lot of times from one player to the next. I don't mind it. I kind of grew up to where you just get on with it. You know, sometimes you're the lucky one, sometimes you're not.
Yeah, it's deemed etiquette to apologise, but all the players know that the apology isn't sincere.
Well, if it's sincere, you're kind of losing focus, really. 9-ball pool, especially 30-second shot clock, you got to maintain and get on with it. All right, overhit this a little. This could get very awkward, and it has with the 7 on the bottom end. Can he avoid the top right corner going forward here? He may have to just smooth it, just get as much as he can. Oh, he went 3 rails, so he couldn't avoid it. He's going to get a couple of friendly bumps. Lucky the 8 hovers over the side, being very straight and flat on the 7. He should go to the top cushion here. No reason to roll this.
Jason Shaw trying to play the villain. Trying to rip up the storybook. Shaw 2, Viano 0. He'll be enjoying this, Jason Shaw. He will want to be a thorn in the Asian side as long as he possibly can be.
Yeah, and you know, a few little things for David. Got that win, little fluke there to get a 2-0 lead. Not looking past, but you know, it's the Mosconi Cup time, and it's just so interesting all the ties that now will be to the Reyes Cup and the Mosconi Cup. Europe going to be the away team this year in Florida, and so many different matchups and different things you look at. Similar teams, you suspect.
Yeah, the one thing that the European team will have in Orlando is intensity, because that will filter down from their captain, which is simply inevitable with it being Jason Shaw. I think it'll be really interesting to see the dynamic of playing captains this time, because I know for certain, chatting privately with Skylar Woodward, he's really into it also. And I think they will become so invested, those two. And it's not just picking the teams, they've got to play an active role. They've got to go out there and try and do the business. And both of them are considered the stars, or one of the stars of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to shine in that moment. They're going to have to shine in a few different roles this year, but I think if you're going to pick out a few to do it, those are the two.
Rack 3.
Jason Shaw hoping this 2-0 lead isn't too good to be true.
And he's got the one down. Took a hair's speed off from the first break. I'm not sure he can get at the blue two. Maybe the rail first by the pink. You would think it would be the side rail more. Now the 3-9 on the bottom end. Watch that. I don't know what he's surveying. If he does have a little clip on the blue two, if he does, this could be a quick one. He may have to go behind the 3 on a kiss shot here. I don't know. This is odd. Now, if the 9's frozen, it's almost, about only 10% of making this coming from behind. But if it's a hair off, it's quite the opposite.
It was a quick rack, virtually instantaneous rack, as Jason Shaw turns 2-0 into 3-0. Eagle Eye, loving life.
For an efficient heating system, take your thermostat X, multiply with your energy use E, then factor in complexity C, and now... or just go with a heating expert. Smart heating is easy with Vaillant. Vaillant, the sign for the right heating decision.
How's the suit?
I've not been to a funeral for years.
Well, it's the send-off. The cremation's already happened.
Oh, yes, I remember now. Pure cremation.
That's it. Sheila had a funeral plan with Pure Cremation.
Most popular plan in Britain, I've heard.
Well, I know they took care of everything, made it easy for the family.
Yes, and I'll bet with Pure, Sheila saved a few bob.
Well, they're much more affordable than a traditional funeral plan, and that meant the family could arrange a much more personal service, separate to the cremation.
That is good. We should get Pure funeral plans.
We should. Let's do it today. Now, how's that suit? Can't believe Sheila wanted everyone in red.
Protect your family from big funeral bills with Britain's most trusted. More affordable for you, more freedom for your family. For your free quote, search Pure Cremation online or call now.
Thanks for switching your home insurance with AgeCo, Barry. Have a lovely day.
No wonder Barry's feeling good. He's found home insurance with no extra cost for paying monthly and a 24-hour home emergency helpline. Better still, AgeCo is owned by Age UK and gives its profits to the charity, so Barry's helping older people in need. Switch with AgeCo today for insurance you can feel good about. Call 0800 032 6125 or go online and get your quote now.
Another ad for Vaillant Smart Heat Pumps and Boilers. Nah, everyone knows they're heating experts. I'll do a carrot ad instead. Eat more carrots. They're delicious. Vaillant, the sign for the right heating decision.
Enjoy more of the latest blockbusters and light up your winter with Sky Cinema.
The Death Chill. The power to kill by fear itself.
Does anyone have a light?
Everyone, light it up!
Astounding. I'm heading to the front.
Need a light over here?
I want to do my part.
Here's a natural mystic blowing through the air.
Blast away the chill with our sizzling blockbusters. Available now on Sky Cinema.
It might be 10-4, but it's not Jason over and out. Shaw determined to keep this party going. So is David Al-Qaedi. A winner of this evening. Sweet Caroline was the song between racks. That, of course, is the anthem at Fenway Park.
Thank you.
Remember when the Red Sox came back from 3-0 down to beat the Yankees 4-3. Don't think Biardo knows that, but he knows he can come back here.
Yeah, he's going to keep pressing on. Don't have all those titles without some big comebacks. And he can reflect on some, but none bigger than now if he could take down the inaugural Reyes Cup. Great spread, really. I mean, he's got to look at every ball, really, except for much on the blue, too. Kind of an awkward first shot. I think he can place the 2 below the 5 and 9 and kind of bleed the cue ball up by the brown 7 slowly. It's the type of shot you can maybe want to shoot at, but I just don't see an easy way to get position. I think he's shooting for the cross corner bank. That was a cross side bank, and that made more sense. Didn't know he had the bottom of the 2. Caught both jaws. He's doing here. Don't see a whole lot. All right, putting him behind the brown. It's all about your speed control, and looks like that's a little off.
That shot not in Shaw's favour. The fact he's got potentially 3 more breaks most certainly is. It's a tough road to travel for Biardo.
Yeah, I was trying to float him behind the 5 like a bonus, really trying to leave distance, and that upper right corner has been the most difficult for the players, it seems. Again, just a almost generational talent can be able to elevate the cue and still hit it so sweetly from distance. That's really if you're going to attack, that's what you have to do. You have to figure out how to swing the cue calmly. He's got to work the cue ball here, though. And the lefty can reach it, but it's a heavy spin shot. Could cut it flat, maybe kind of go at the 8. Try and maybe play for a little ricochet. Maybe even at the 9. Yeah, that's the spin shot I was talking about. The one we see from Johan Shua so often.
When you see him pot like this, those sitters he failed on when he was defending the Hanoi Open title last week, and he ultimately cost him. You can't quite believe he actually missed them.
Yeah, but it's just addressing that, just that hair. You know, he's got his own rhythm, and it's a great rhythm, really, for just playing the game. But just those misses we talked about, he played beautifully and just maybe took a couple for granted, like the 6 ball yesterday in the teams, I think.
His team are 10-4 down. But Shaw is styling it out.
Team Europe wins the 4th rack.
Strolling around this arena as though he's got the deeds. Are we going to see a whitewash? A defiant whitewash? Well, this is an oasis of European success in what's been a desert for them, really. You would think the way Jason Shaw is around the table right now, they were 10-4 up. That's the way to be. Never give in. but you can't help but assume it's just a little too late. Maybe a lot too late.
Yeah, that door's pretty much shut, you would think, even with the 4-0 lead here. But maybe trying to loosen up his team, feeling like he's going to win these next two. And, you know, the pressure will mount a little more. I mean, definitely on Asia to finish it off a little more than Europe to make the comeback.
What a quick match this has been, by the way. They've only been playing for 20 minutes. Could be the most decisive victory and indeed the swiftest match of the entire cup.
Yeah, and has Carlo even pocketed a ball in this match?
2. And his problems began when he missed the one in the very first rack. He had the first chance.
Yeah, and that was after a dry break. That's why Shaw here in the 5th game to break again. So he has 3 breaks to win this. Of course, he wants to take it down now. No chinks in the armor because he plays again here shortly.
Rack number 5. Team Europe to break on the hill, leading 4 racks to 0.
Just got a feeling about a golden break here for some reason. No. He made contact with a 9. It was a wild hunch.
Yeah, well, why not? He does get action on the 9, breaking more from the center of the box. A little thinner hit on the 1, so the cue ball is going to have a little more speed. He's got to push out up to the upper left, I think. Let's see what he has in mind. There are always options or different thoughts. But with a 4-0 lead, I like the... Oh, he can't even get to the upper left, covered up by the purple. So it'll be some type of kick he pushes out to, trying to tie up the 5 and 6.
Carlo, it's your choice.
So that shows you right there, he hasn't given in, and of course the last 4 games has shown us that as well. But
Jason, please.
White ties up the 5-6. Anytime you're pushing out, you're a little behind. Just like other sports, you're trying to lengthen the game. This one sits pretty okay now to get the 2 up, maybe on the first diamond on the upper left. Oh, he came in 1 rail like that. Maybe, I think, did get the snooker.
The very first match of this year's Reyes Cup was won 5-4 from 4-0 down, but that was a team event. Very different scenario to this. And Biardo just looks a little flat.
Yeah, really hasn't recovered from that missed 1 in the first game. You know, they had a few tactical little battles, and Jason got the best of it. Did have the fluke on the blue 2 and then ran out behind it. Man, he's sizing up something on the combination, whether it be the 2-7 or the 2-9.
Extension cool.
Sometimes these combinations that look very low percentage, you just kind of feel them, and you feel good about them. Is he hopping this? Oh no, he's trying to play something a little containing on the 8. Got away a hair. Now it looks like he could bank this cross side, kind of rolling across the 2 at a pretty mild speed, let it open up and maybe follow into the 3. He's queuing downward, so it'll be a safety.
Sometimes even the very best find that their chosen sport and any particular day or evening can be like swimming through treacle. I think that's been the case with Biardo in this match. Just no foothold.
And he can jump this. Pretty easy kick between the 7-9 off the bottom cushion, especially for a guy who kicks so well. Won't have a lot of speed, just got to kind of judge a little bit of arc on the cue ball.
Well done, but don't get too excited. Where the 5 and the 6 lie.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's going to elevate here and really try to show us one, knocking this 3 in and coming in, busting up the 5-6.
Well, he's done the job for sure.
I don't know if both lower corners are on offer here. Love to have the choice of which one you like. It's going to be the lower left. Oh, and I tell you, we'll see about this Reyes Cup, but Jason Shaw just keeps down that road. He's been keeping on here this last, 6 months, and we saw it in Hanoi. I think he's going to win some really big titles. Maybe get on a run and win a few.
Well, I hope so, because he's wonderful for the sport. Great character. Got that aura of the entertainer about him. Okay, he was queuing from very close to the side cushion, but you don't expect that kind of miss. He's such an accurate potter normally, but occasionally a really bad one creeps in.
Yeah, it's been the green 6 in this event for him a couple times. I think Carlo will go here to the lower right with the bank shot.
Like I said on the one ball right at the start of the match, from distance you just don't fancy him.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jason takes this to the upper right, just kind of to the open pocket and easier travel on the cue ball. Wow, he's really trying to go here. This is like 2 out of 10.
Well, has he tied the 7 and the 8 up? I think the Glaswegian's expression says it all.
Yeah, it'll be a safety. So Jason will get probably one more swing at this 5th game. Oh, did he give him the bottom rail? I don't think he did. Maybe going to the left side rail with a little swerve. Really don't see a whole lot more on offer. I'll tell you, you don't have to hit this one real hard. You can really hit this with a lot of control because you have a ton of room to kind of bend the cue ball a little bit.
Foul stroke, second foul, all in hand.
Ben Taylor Fuente, ever the professional, calls it the second foul, and it is, but that's entirely immaterial. The whitewash will be averted. for Carlo Biardo in a moment. It's going to be 1 down. 4 more to go. That's his wife and daughter, they're loving it. But the task remains very tough indeed. We thought that Jason Shaw was going to complete a rare whitewash. Then he overcut the 6 and things got crazy.
Yeah, looking good though overall, and still in a very demanding situation. You can look at Carlo here.
Yeah, nicknamed the Black Tiger. He's 40 years of age now. World ranking 22. That will definitely improve. When we went to Atlantic City for the first time for the US Open, it was he who prevailed, overcoming his teammate here, Aloysius Schaap, in the final. He's won a string of events, including the World 9-Ball Championship. It's a tremendous career, Jeremy, but as you will know, there's always room in the trophy cabinet for one more piece of silverware. I suppose with 5 of them being on the team here, they would have this trophy for 2.4 months a year.
Yeah, of course Carlo having fun now, and he knows he's up against it, but why not have a little fun? They've earned it so far. You got to close the door still. And he still believes he can win this match, but no reason to tense up and feel bad about anything. Team Asia's been pretty on point.
Rack 6. Team Asia to break. Trailing 4 racks to 1.
A beautiful break off. Nice angle on the blue two. The blue two is really a chip in for these guys.
If you went to Carlo Biardo now and said every time you break off from now until you put your cue case away for the final time, and it's that break, he'd say, okay, that will do for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Really the first shot, if he gets on the 3, I mean, percentages go way up, and he caught a bump, so that's going to hurt. I'm not really sure where he was trying to go exactly on that, because you would think he may have pulled that ball underneath the brown 7. With the 4 near, you don't need a whole lot on the 3. And Jason's going to probably bank at this and maybe try to play the 8 on the kiss shot. Just send 2 of them out of pocket. When you're running good here, you make the 8 and the 3 lays up by the lower left, making things easy.
He watched the 8 go in, then he turned his attention to where the 3 was going to finish.
And this is odd a little bit. It does bank. You can kind of move the cue ball forward some. But still, the pink 4 doesn't pass the brown 7. I think he's got to play safe. You want to end this match, this game, with control right here in this inning. Beautiful object ball control there on the red 3. Perfect speed.
Yeah, I think for sure it's even more important to, as you say, win with control, win with ease, win with confidence, because he's right back out there next. And that's an unusual kind of scenario for the last night of a Mosconi Cup, or now a Reyes Cup.
All right. Ooh, a nice kiss there. I thought for Carlo it might bang it out of position, but actually now put it in position. I don't think the pink passes the brown. Jason doesn't seem too concerned, so maybe it does. I thought he had to go one rail between the 6-9. A little right spin. I tell you what, similar to the 6, so watch out.
Same pocket, same way to miss it. Overcutting.
Yeah, this one got a bit closer than the 6. The 6 didn't really even catch the knuckle. It banked back over, but we talk about mistakes and what happens on breaks afterwards. If Carlo can get out of here, even though Jason breaks the balls, you never know what the pool gods are really going to have to say. Me and you and Carl and Michael and of course Scott as well. We do a lot of matches at those main events, and we don't get to watch all the tables, but we keep up with a lot of scores. And we see big turnarounds without knowing what happened to make those turnarounds develop. And usually, more than often, I would bet it was a big mistake on something easy.
And let's not forget what happened to Shaw when he defended in the Vietnamese capital. He was 9-6 up, lost 10-9.
I guess he wants to pull this a couple rails around on top of the 9. No reason to play that angle unless that's the next plan.
Teenager wins the 6th round.
Carlo Biardo may be on the comeback trail. He's 3 racks away from giving Asia the Reyes Cup. The problem is, he's still 1 rack away from defeat in this singles.
across and don't, or he's going to follow that smart. That way the touch is much better because you don't want to fall short on this 3 with the 4 below it.
What an opening. And of course he breaks in the next rack. It could all change very quickly, this, as did the first match of the night. You might recall Biardo's fellow countryman Chua 4-3 up, then Al-Qaedi had the golden break. Chua scratched on the break in the decider and didn't get another shot.
Yeah, beautiful side spin on the draw stroke, just getting in perfect position. Doesn't need a lot on the 6 to get to the 7 you see with the 8 over the left side. So just maintain, don't get too much of a missable ball. Should kind of stun off the bottom cushion. Try and get somewhat close now. Don't think the 7 is froze to the rail, but if it is, you don't want the cue ball near the rail too much. Froze cue ball could make that a little tricky. He's come off nicely.
The dream remains alive.
Team Asia wins his 7th rack.
After 4 racks, the O was really in Carlo and Biardo. Now he's on 3 and he's breaking off next. 2 more racks to provide the perfect, the fitting ending to the Reyes Cup. A Filipino supplying the clinching point. Jason Shaw still favourite, let's not get carried away here. But Biardo from nowhere is putting the heat on. Who would have thought that, Jeremy? If he does win 5-4, it would be the first match in the Cup and the last match in the Cup. They've both been won 5-4 from 4-0 down.
Yeah, and he broke the balls pretty well so far in this match and so far in this Cup. So again, I wouldn't doubt he gets a shot. Now, if he completes it and gets us to Hill, it's going to be some kind of energy in this room for that last break for Shaw.
This room is a rocking.
Thank you, rack number 8. Team Asia to break, trailing 4 racks to 3.
The first part of the break works out fine. The next part is he on the 2 ball? Yes. Is he on the 3 after that? Yes. And you go from there.
Yeah, nerves are high, of course, and his heart is thumping, but I don't know if you've used it yet, but this is about as much a roadmap as we've seen here in this Reyes Cup. It's really past his first shot. Why didn't he smooth it? He doesn't have to get close to the 3. It's over that corner also, so he's just lays so nice. I just don't see Jason making a mistake.
What a blunder that was. What a blunder. You can only put that down to overexcitement.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, of course, he didn't miss his mark on his speed control that much, but probably the energy and, like I said, the heart pumping had a little extra on it. Hit it into that left face, and that left face has shown a lot of balls, or produced a lot of balls hanging up. Now he's got a little distance here, and he wants to draw the cue ball. Doesn't want to get thin on the 6. Only needs a few inches, maybe. Oh, he's stunning. Oh, wow. Just such easy power. So I don't think it's going to be Carlo to take it down. And The next guy playing Shaw now, that didn't hit the dead center of the pocket, but the next guy to play Shaw is Duong. So far, just watching the games, disregarding the records, Phil, after that missed 7 in the opening team match, I think he's responded and could be the MVP.
Well, you say that. If he beats Shaw, he will be the MVP 1 o'clock round. And I think we're going there.
Team Europe wins the match.
Indeed, we thought it was going to go all the way when Carlo Biardo put together that brilliant comeback and that super break-off in the 8th rack. But the 2 balls stayed on the table, and Jason Shaw keeps this wonderful match alive. It's 10-5.
Reliable, dependable potter of the ball in pressure situations, and much like the majority of the European team, much closer to the level we expect from him here today. You can see the results there. It all got underway with David Al-Qaedi getting the better of Johan Chua in a thriller before Sanchez Ruiz and Kraus went down to Ko and Duong. But then Jason Shaw, that was absolutely remarkable to get the better of Carlo Biardo. Scott Frost alongside me. It looked like we were going all the way until Carlo missed that 2 ball.
Yeah, he missed the 2 up in the top right corner, but we got to talk about Jason Shaw, right? This time of the year, something always seems to happen to this guy. He's very, very special, and what he did today is special. Europe, well, they were looking to get to this round with Jason Shaw because they feel like if he can win that point, he can win the next one.
Yeah, and this place really is a cauldron of noise this afternoon, and that is no coincidence that that's brought the best out of Jason Shaw.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I almost feel like, and they might not like it, I almost feel like the Filipino fans have to applaud him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to Team Europe overall, you have to look at the way they're playing this afternoon and think, if they'd played like this throughout this tournament, we'd have a much closer contest.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the crowd, but their energy today has been completely different than it has been basically most of the week.
Yeah, I actually heard Jason Shaw whilst the first match was going on. He said, the crowd are there tonight. We can use this to our advantage. They're certainly doing so at the moment, and you can sense they're starting to believe.
Yeah, they're starting to believe. I mean, the crowd's been in it since day one. It's just massive tonight, right? And that's where Team Europe shines with all the experience.
Yeah, and we've got Jason Shaw back in action in our next match, taking on Duong Kwa Kwang, who has been really one of the standout performers of this tournament. Jason Shaw, though, it's perfect for him, isn't it, to come straight back out, play another match?
Yeah, I think he's pumped up. I think he's ready, but he's facing a very dangerous opponent in Duong Kwa Kwang.
Yeah, he certainly is. Duong has been one of the standout performers, has missed quite a few easy pots, but he really has put on quite the show. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Can Duong win it for Team Asia? Let's find out.
From the Ninoy Aquino Stadium, the Europeans showing us all that they will not go down without a fight. So we push on to our next matchup, staying in singles action. Please welcome back to stay alive, Team Europe, Jason Shaw!
So will that win last time out for Jason Shaw be another step towards a remarkable comeback, or can Duong Kwa Kwang win this event for Team Asia? Let's find out in the company of Scott Frost and Michael McMullen.
Well, 30 years ago, week before Christmas 1994, Mark Wilson from Missouri potted the winning 9-ball in the first ever Moscone Cup. Somebody at some stage tonight is going to claim the equivalent distinction in the Reyes Cup. Carlo Beato has missed his chance, and boy did he put himself right back in with a chance.
Team Europe to break.
Until that miss at the start of rack 8 against Jason Shaw. So now the chance falls to Duong Kwa Kwang, but he faces the same task as Beato. He's got to overcome this Scot. Off we go. One on the side, but nothing much after that, Scott.
No, brutal kick on the cue ball. I actually believe it could have been from the 2 or the 8. Let's take another look. Yeah, it was from the 2. That's about as brutal as it gets. But on a positive note, this is really what Team Europe wants. They would have loved to have snuck in that last point and then had Jason up back to back. Fascinating how he gets this crowd going. Even the ones that are against him seem to have to cheer for him at times.
Jason,
push out awful thin on the 2.
Duong Kwa Kwang has had a win of his own already tonight in that earlier doubles with Ko Pin Yi. So both players have some form of momentum to carry into this one.
Yeah, and I think Jason's going to keep that adrenaline going. It's easy to lose it after a big match like that. You get the adrenaline running so high. It's hard to keep it there. This guy is so good at a little level up on the cue. Going to come down below the 5, but he's a little short of the mark. Oh, it glued to it. So that's going to cause a problem. I think Jason going to have to go to the second rail here if he can even. Might have to just go to the first rail. In the push out, he did tie up the 6 and 7. Oh, he caught it. And he got motion on the 9. Wow, this is tricky. I don't think he can put enough speed on it to go rail first and get around. Yeah, really actually a great hit. Want to catch it a little thicker, might have made it.
Extension, cool.
Yeah, this is extremely tricky. He's elevating. Extreme. Just look at the cue ball action, though. He never really could get there.
Such a test, this, of Duong's relative lack of experience at this sort of level, playing in this kind of environment in particular. Up against Jason Shaw, who not only has so much of that, but absolutely thrives on it.
Yeah, he's a legend of this arena. Like, when you've got the big crowds and the team events, something happens to him. Something happens to him every year at this time of the year. And it's something magical. He just wants to try and cinch this in and hold the cue ball. It's about as good as he could do. Now can he go up into the green 6? You see the point at which he wants to go. Basically wants to split the rail and the 6 about the same time. He caught the purple too thin. That's why he went into the 8 the way he did. He's got a little insurance, though. He can either chip the 6 and use the 7 as cover or play the combination. I think that's what he's actually looking at. So maybe there's more separation between the 6 and 7 than it looks. There you see it. There is. So it does play. The 6 will go towards the side pocket. He played the double kiss even better. To the top left here with a low right ball. Just stunned down. I think this is good. This is more of a center inside ball or center left. It'll really take off the second rail. I'm surprised he punched one rail there. I thought he could go forward. Wow.
Big moment very early in the match. Shaw has delivered coolly. He wins the opening rack against Kwok Wang. Well, that win in the last match for Jason Shaw means that if you take out the team matches, which we don't really include in players' individual records, he's now been involved in 3 match wins, 3 points on the board for Europe. Nobody else on the team has been involved in more than 1. Yet again, Scott, he's been their talisman this week.
Yeah, and I think we kind of predicted that, right? I mean, the question mark was Kachi, and actually Al-Kaidi, right? Kachi, no, we know it. He hasn't really shown up. Is it too little too late? We might see him again at some point today. Never know. But Jason's really been the star of the show for Europe this week.
Yeah, Kachi, the only player on the European team who hasn't registered a point outside of the team matches, played 3 and lost 3. And as I alluded to, it's not the most surprising of things, really. Consider the form he's shown and the lack of activity recently. And they can see that notable win, the 2024 Scottish Open. Not one of the major events in the sport, but a very, very tough title to win. He came through a very, very strong field there back in the spring to win that title.
Yeah, and I think that ranking, number 38, might be a little misleading. That number probably going to drop pretty quickly.
It's been around a little while, but it was last year, as we look back on that opening rack and some of the moments from it, 2023. That was when Kwok Wang really stepped it up. He'd been to the last 32 of the US Open the year before, but then at the World Championship in the snows of Kielce in early 2023, had that win against the defending champion Shane Van Boening.
Team Asia to break.
Went out in the quarter-finals, got to the quarters as well, and Spain was one rack away from going further. Hasn't really built on that this year in the biggest events, but he's going a long way towards making up for it this week. He's 1-0 down here, though.
Yeah, he's going to get a look at the two. Really good hit. This is steep, though, and the pink is in the way, I think. He's got to avoid... Yeah, he's got to avoid the pink here. He wants to come 2 rails towards the 3. Top side of the pink and then through the bottom side of it. It's kind of a half stroke here. If you get all the way into it, you could come to the 4. And he still caught the 4 on the way out. Thought he'd take a little speed off of it, Michael. If he would have taken a little speed off, it might have had more time to grab and get below the 4.
Yeah, he's played well this week, as we've said, but he's also missed some important balls at key times, often unexpectedly. And of course, if he finds himself with a chance to actually win the Reyes Cup, that's going to ask big, big questions of him when it comes to those decisive shots. But we're some way off that yet. He's struggling along here, trying to maintain position.
Yeah, and I think some of those missed balls are just, it just boils down to shot selection. Some of his decisions at times seem to be much more difficult than it needs to be. Yeah, it's pretty good. Can Jason play the 4 off the 8 up into the green 6, kicking 2 rails? Yeah, I don't know if it's on. Pretty low percentage. That's where he's aiming for the cue ball, down here below the 9, back down to the bottom rail. Does the 8 go? Well, that's a roll. You have to say, today it's mostly been Europe with the fortune, but I also feel like they've played better, Michael, today.
Yeah, I think both of those things are fair comment. Started in that first match of the night when Johan Chua was up against David O'Cady, and O'Cady 4-3 down, got the golden break, then Chua scratched in the last rack and O'Cady saw it out from there. So it's been fortune, but they've played better as well.
This guy is just such a clean shot maker.
Carl Boy's never been on the losing side in a Mosconi Cup. 4 times as a player, twice as an assistant captain. On course at the moment for a losing start to his Reyes Cup career as the skipper. But his star man is out there at the moment, doing his best to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, he's got to beat the side pocket here. I don't know if he's straight enough to just come all the way back, so he's got to beat the right-hand side pocket, meaning get above or below it. He's choosing to come all the way around. This is going to turn out okay, but it was a little haphazard from old Eagle Eye. And he's going to milk it.
It's that arms outstretched pose we've seen so many times down the years. He's bringing it to the Reyes Cup for the first time this week. And just like his match a short time ago against Carlo Biado, Jason Shaw is off to a fast start. David O'Cady coming out to keep the spirits up. This is what they've been doing all evening. They looked so flat for the last day and a half. But right from the start tonight, it's been a totally different energy in the European team. You know, Jason Shaw, when he's not playing in events like this anymore, Scott, he's really going to miss it. He just lives for this.
Yeah, he does live for it. The setup is really designed around his style. Fast and loose. He's such a personality.
Yeah, and he has the Alexandra Palace crowds in the palm of his hands every other year at the Moscone Cup. But it's become a global thing now. Wherever he goes, he attracts this popularity. We saw it in Hanoi last year. We saw it again when we went back there last week. And we're seeing it here in Manila. And he's certainly popular with his teammates and his captain right now because he's putting in a fine performance. Already got a point on the board about 15 or 20 minutes ago. And off to a fine start here. And a search for another one. And he's got the break as he looks to make it
Rack
3-0.
3. Team Europe to break, leading 2-0.
Oh, the 3 gets down. 1 catches the top point of the left side pocket. Sets up nicely for a starter. Really, you just want to stay on the left side of the table here. Don't try and get too cute on the blue 2. And this is just fine. He's got to get down to the purple 5 off the pink 4, though, Michael. And in order to do that, he'd like to be somewhat straight on the pink. If not, he's going to have to travel the cue ball a long way. And that's why he's trying to get all the way over here to the left-hand side. Doesn't want to be in between either. Now, similar to that shot last game, he's got to beat the side pocket, but now he's got to beat the 6 and the 8.
It's been a classic Jason Shaw, really. Done well in a couple of the big matchroom events, but also peppered it, as he so often does, with a few surprisingly early exits. Was in the semi-finals of the World Masters earlier in the year. Gave Federer-Gorst a really good game there before going down. He'd already knocked out Shane Van Boening in the previous round. Now he's milking it on the 6th ball now, Scott. He's starting early in this one. But also quarterfinals in Hanoi, and that seems to be the trend, as you alluded to earlier. A couple of good tournaments, a few early exits, and then towards the end of the year, suddenly Shaw steps up a level, and he's doing it again in 24.
Yeah, he just starts to control the entire building. He's the best at it. We saw it last year in London.
So didn't make the 1 in the side in this 3rd rack. But he's run out from the break anyway, and Jason Shaw again is off to a flyer here. He's already just a couple of racks away from delivering another point for Europe. Duong Kwok Wang has got the dream double on the line here of winning MVP
Team
and
Asia
dropping
to
the
break.
winning 9 ball. If he wins this match, he will
racks to
achieve
nil.
that double distinction. It's not looking good for him at the moment. He's 3-0 down to Jason Shaw. Needs to start getting a foothold here.
Yeah, and Jason might have a look at the two. To the right side.
Extension call.
Let's get the jump cue out, I believe. You'd rather not go off the 3 with this, I don't think. Like a clean, well, it is off the 3. Now he just needs to get a good rub on the 4. And he's got it.
Carl Boyce must be sitting there thinking, I wish I could just put Jason Shaw out for every match now for the rest of the night. We might have a chance of winning this. He's really keeping that momentum going here, just as we talked about at the start of the match.
Oh, the confidence from him. Pretty impressive. Look at Duong right at the top left of your screen. Not much he can do. And it can't be a great feeling knowing this guy's out here freewheeling.
But that's it, isn't it? He seems to be playing with a lot of freedom now, and I guess that's got to be the European approach at this stage. Really in the nothing to lose territory.
Yeah, just the way he carries himself around the table, you immediately know that he's a favorite.
I think when he's in full flow, there is nobody who makes the game look easier.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Does he come 2 rails for the 9 in the lower left? That was a little thick. Yeah. Caught the real heavy side of the pocket there. Fortunate that ball dropped, Michael.
Queuing from off the rail, but you'd back him to make just about anything at the moment, and we've seen this movie before, haven't we? For the second time tonight, Jason Shaw is leading a singles match 4-0. He'll be breaking on the hill in a moment. We talked earlier about how Duong, if he was to win this match, which obviously is still at least a possibility, do the double, totally the winning 9 and MVP, because he would win it if he got this match under his belt. Jason Shaw has done that in the Moscone in the past, in the COVID Moscone in Coventry back in late 2020. He now has a chance to claim another distinction, because if he wins the next rack, he will pull off the first whitewash victory in Reyes Cup history. But he's just out there partying, having a good time, Scott.
Yeah, there's not too many people that can do this, what he's doing. Entertain the crowd and play better and better and better.
If he wasn't good with a cue in his hand, you fancy he could have had a very productive career as a circus ringmaster. Oh, what to say there, looks a bit intimidated by it all. It's hardly surprising. The quality of his opponent's play, the atmosphere that Duong himself probably feels a bit excluded from at the moment. Right now, it's the Jason Shaw show. So if Shaw finishes this out, we will then go into the next match, which will be a Lucius Yap, who's had such a good week, up against Francisco Sanchez Reyes. It's looked a bit suspect at times. We saw that bad miss on the 2 earlier on this evening.
On the hill, leading
First,
4-0.
Shaw has to get this finished, and he only needs one more to do it.
And he's got to look at the 1, but let's not forget last match. Beato creep back to the 3rd game and then miss the 2 in the top right. Otherwise, it's 4-4 in the last match. So it can definitely change, and it can change quickly. Shaw, all too familiar with it. He's got a long, straight 1 to the top left, and he comes back. Michael, he's got to contend with the 9. I believe the 3 plays to the lower right. And the 9 was always a big ball as well. He just caught it to the thin side. It's really like the first good look of Guang that we've seen.
Yeah, and as he comes to the table, he needs to channel his inner Carlo Beato and make a contest of this like his teammate Emily Fraser from Matchroom. He's played such a big role in making this Reyes Cup happen. I've been talking about it for long enough. It's great that it's finally a reality now.
Please do not shout out when the players are down on their shots.
Some sort of comeback. A reality for himself here.
Yeah, and then Q-Tech director Brett Garrison sitting next to Emily. They do a ton for Matchroom and the tour. Steep on the 3. Cue ball will travel. Big traffic.
Extension
6,
call.
the 5, and the 7. All balls that he could contend with. I'm wondering if he could use a heavy inside ball with a low. And that's what he tried. Don't think he caught enough of the 3. If he catches a little heavier, he might be able to hold. Pink down here at the lowest end of the table. And I don't know how he can get covered here. He might be going at this if he can see enough of it. Well, this is pretty clever. And Jason Shaw giving him credit there. I think he just wants to hit this with a little pace. And he's got other things in mind. Now, Wong has a true look at the table.
Three out of 3 for him so far in singles and doubles. I think it was that win in the singles against Eklankachi on the opening night that really got the Asian team properly up and running in this Reyes Cup, because there have been concerns about him. Well, he goes out there and beats the world number 2, and I think that channels a lot of belief into the Asian cause.
And believe it or not, one game under your belt, if your Team Asia, can make a huge difference in the momentum that Shaw was creating. So this rack, obviously vital for Duong.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Race to 5. It's an absolute sprint. You're never so far behind that you can consider yourself out of it.
Such a fun player to watch, this guy. Extremely loose with the cue. Seems fearless. Wrap around 2 rails to the left side. He should get on the board. Well, he could come 1 rail across.
So it is not going to be the first ever Reyes Cup whitewash. Because Guang has taken rack number 5, and he'll be breaking in the next one, planting the seeds of a recovery here. He looks for the win, which would get Asia over the line in Manila. Jason Shaw, 36 years of age now, ranked number 4 in the world, former US Open champion, 6-time Mosconi Cup winner. I mentioned that he did the dream double in 2020, potting the 9 to win it and also being MVP. He should have done it again the next year because he was MVP again, had a chance to get the winning point on the board against Skylar Woodward and missed his chance. He will of course be captaining the European team. This year's Mosconi Cup in Florida, just over a month away now. Playing captains, him and Skylar Woodward, leading the respective teams as Europe look to make it 5 in a row. They would dearly love to go into it as holders of the Reyes Cup. And it's a tall order at the moment, but Jason Shaw is doing his very best to keep it going.
And you can be sure that Captain Skylar Woodward is paying attention closely this week.
And of course there's still one spot left to come on the European team. It's generally agreed to be a call between Al-Qaedi and Sanchez Ruiz. We sort of thought this week might be a bit of a trial for them, an opportunity for one of them to stake their claim. But I don't really think Shaw has learned a great deal in that regard this week, and I don't think it will have furthered his cause at all in terms of trying to make that choice. Anyway, back to this one. Wong breaking 4-1 down, and it looks pretty good.
And here we go, momentum shift. Like Michael said, it looks pretty good. He's got a nice look on the 2. Really pretty natural, maybe a pinch of inside. 1 rail up. He could come 2 rails. A lot of these players will go 2 rails to the second rail. And that's going along good. Kind of misleading here. I can't tell if you can. There's a better look. Is he going to get above the pink? Enough. He will have enough. It's a little steep, Michael. Pinch of inside here, back and forth. Really, all the work is right here. Handled it nicely.
Just a few balls in that pocket this week. And now that he's come through that, it should be his rack in his first break and run of this singles encounter.
Yeah, he loves to spin that cue ball. One of the reasons he's so fun to watch.
Formality about the closing moments of this rack now. Simple 9 down the side rail, and having lost all of the first 4 racks. Long clock. This match not over yet. And it's another fight back against Jason Shaw. Can he succeed where Carlo Biado wasn't quite able to? It's back to 4-2. crowd here in Manila, dancing to YMCA. At the moment, that could stand for Yap might come after, because Aloysius Yap is waiting in the wings to play the next match. Duong Kwok Hwang is hoping that won't be necessary. It wasn't looking good when he was 4-0 down to Jason Shaw. It's looking a bit better now at 4-2. Duong looking for the win to clinch the cup for Asia. This could be Shaw's chance to get another point on the board for the Europeans, Carl. Scott even.
How dare you, Michael?
Oh, dare. I'm never going to be forgiven for that.
Yeah, and this is his chance. Just got to split the 5 and 7 here, back and forth. Nothing crazy. Yeah, well handled. Wants to keep an angle on the 3. This is perfect. Can't get any more ideal. Just punch out with a little low ball. He's a little bit like Fedor Gorst. He'll go to the center of the cue ball until that final stroke.
He's already had one break and run in this match. In rack 3. Chance here to finish in style with another.
Yeah, pretty mature play there. Recognizing the cue ball is going to travel much less, just playing the purple up in the top left. And he's straight here, so he's going to have to do something with it. Most likely come backwards. Yeah, he's going to go forward. Doesn't want to catch the 9. This is perfect.
And this looks to be over.
Yeah, looking to deliver 2-point blow in a row.
Duong Kwok Hwang didn't get quite as far as Carlo Biado did in his attempt to come from 4-0 down. And so Jason Shaw has done everything that was asked of him. Carl Boyce sent him out there to get a couple of points on the board in quick succession, and it's exactly what he's done. With his second break and run of the match, he closes out a 5-2 win over Duong Kwok Hwang. This could still happen.
orchestrating the crowd and putting another point on the board for Team Europe. So it is back-to-back victories for Jason Shaw, and as you can see, next up, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz looked a little tight in his doubles match earlier on. What can he do against Aloysius Yap, who's admitted to feeling nervous all week? Can he channel it in the right way here to get Asia over the line?
Back inside the Ninoy Aquino Stadium, where we just witnessed an epic performance from Jason Shaw, scoring the first ever back-to-back points for Europe in this entire Reyes Cup. But now it is next man up for them. Please welcome back to the
Well, Team Europe were not given a hope coming into this session, but they've put up one heck of a fight, given a much better account of themselves this evening. Will that continue here as Francisco Sanchez Ruiz faces Aloysius Yap, who's hoping to be the player to get Asia over the line? To see which way this goes then, here's Jeremy and Phil.
Abby, thank you very much. Yes, Jason Shaw not just keeping Europe in this, he's been the MVP killer. It would have been now if Aloysius Yap beats Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, he will be crowned most valuable player. But it's a big if.
Yeah, the odd ball down. That usually produces nice things on the one. See that blue 2 getting kissed by the green 6. Really one of his bread and butters to start a little kill stroke with the tip on the bottom of the cue ball. Pretty big pocket the way he plays it. Little things changing. They're winning some lags. 2 consecutive matches.
An explosion of noise just as he got down to play that shot. I don't know what it was all about. Thankfully, it was potted.
Yeah, it's, I believe it was some Jason Shaw fans maybe getting a souvenir in the stands, but fairly untimely for his teammate FSR, but unfazed. And FSR has played pretty well at times, but you know, has had some fumbles. Really hasn't put that complete set together yet.
Not quite getting down over the shot because he's mindful of the all-ball fouls rule. Didn't want to drape over the green, and maybe because he was a little higher on the shot. He was digging into the white. Maybe that's why he's come a little short on the green.
Yeah, a player that doesn't mind moving the tip position when necessary with the side spin. And I think he really needs to kill this with the left inside. Try and crawl up that right side rail. Get a little thin on the 7, but very playable. I think if he tries to go up and down, he could have issues. Again, not being able to get totally down on the ball. And he just floated. Yeah, like that with the inside, like I talked about. Just accept what the table gives you. And he didn't expect it to grab that much, but he actually got the ball a little thin to the pocket. Now, does he have to add a little left spin to this? That way he doesn't land on top of the 8.
Queuing off the point of the middle pocket, I am not surprised. Overcut the 7, and now an opening, a chance for Asia to hit the front early, and that's been a rarity this evening.
Yes, it has, and big shot for Yap. He hasn't been in this arena in some time. And hit that sweep with a lot of confidence. You know, when you get out of line on that first shot, it may not cost you immediately, but it tends to build, and that's what happened to FSR. All right, big draw stroke coming out of the corner where he's standing.
He should pot it, but I think in this kind of environment, anything's missable. The traps. 1-0. It's pure coincidence, of course. It's not out of shape or anything like that, but the 7 ball has caused so many problems for so many people from the very first match.
And I tell you, we always seem to pick out one of the balls that seems to ring its head or rise its head up and cause so many problems, and it seems like it's the brown 7 more often than any other ball on the table. I remember one year it was the green 6 that was hard to get down, but again, that 7 queuing from the rail, and the nerves are going, easy to overcut it.
Yeah, I remember one Mosconi, well 2 actually, 2 in succession, where it was the 5 that was causing all of the issues.
Yeah, we usually find that ball that wants to stand out more than others, and usually a pocket. That's been the upper right for the most part in this Reyes Cup.
This Filipino crowd have taken Aloysius Yap to their hearts. Obviously, they would have liked to have seen Carlo Viado supply the clinching point, but I think if Yap were to do it, that would also be
Thank you. Second
popular.
break. Asia to break, leading by 1-0. 12 stroke.
Oh, just what you don't want to back up.
It's ball in hand.
First game win with a scratch on the break, and that one was on him. No kisses on the cue ball. So if anything helps you leave a mistake behind. Ooh, a little shave off the 5. Just a little bit. But whatever lets you leave it behind better, or nothing lets you leave it behind better than ball in hand. And I think he's just got to suck it up here and take on a tough 3-6 combination. Your ideal, of course, with the 2, with the rock in your hand. Just try and get as close as you can and the line you like. Could try to tear it open. With ball in hand, he could draw up behind it. That would be the play to try and maybe open it. But I think at this level, and he's really good at those kind of combinations if he gets in line. Now, you don't want to burn the extension, though. I mean, this is open. right?
The extension, please.
And you got a minute right there. You got ball in hand. I mean, you got to go with the gut. I think that's happened to Team Europe more in this Reyes Cup in a so-so situation, or let's say a questionable situation, to burn the extension that I've ever seen. He's going to fall a hair behind it. Now the key to these combos, you're not going to fire this, but don't try to baby it too much, making the pocket big. You know, something in the middle.
Living on the edge, living dangerously, Team Europe, but things are going their way, and they weren't on the first 3 nights.
And I wouldn't say he hit it poorly at all on the nice speed control. Now another one falling underneath the pink. That's going to make it easy to go forward to the right cushion. Just fall real natural, and pretty simple stuff for those last 4.
Should be entirely dependable from here, FSR. The most simple positional shot, the most simple pot on the 8. The equaliser is in the offing.
Team Europe wins 2 seconds.
Europe simply refusing to go down without a fight. It's 1-1. The racks are flying by as well, aren't they? Very quick. We've had a few tactical racks, but generally the pace of play, I think, tonight has been super swift.
Yeah, absolutely. You would say it's been an offensive match in this Reyes Cup for the most part. Lots of breaking runs, and not a ton of tactical. There's been a few games to where it's gone back and forth, but it's been like one safety mainly that gets the job done.
Talking about Swift, they call this man El Ferrari, age 32. He was a World Junior champion. Then in the middle of the 2010s, he won the European Championship, then went quiet before exploding on the scene with 2 extraordinary years of winning pool. And quite recently he returned to winning ways at the Perry Open in Vietnam. He's World 9-Ball Tour number 3, although some way behind the number 1, the World 9-Ball champion and US Open champion, Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, he really broke the balls. Awesome for that year and a half, it seemed, or almost 2 years, and backed it up with fine play, and just no telling how many matches he won.
1 break each. Europe to break.
Needs one of those breaks here to keep the heat on Yap. Two's going to end up on the top cushion. Not the worst, though, considering he doesn't have offense, but a pretty easy safety behind the green and using the red 3.
And I think FSR, when he's playing well, is underrated in the defensive department.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overlooked at times for sure. The players all know really good. Of course, running mates are one of the best at it, that being David Al-Kaidi.
Yeah, definitely underrated when it comes to tying up opponents. But I think it all depends on how well he's playing generally. I think his safety actually works in tandem with his attacking game. One goes hand in glove with the other.
Yeah, and it's They're all demanding whether you're attacking or
The
defending.
extension, please.
You know, if you're rolling well, the decision. Wow, is he pushing out here? Can he not see the
Push
two?
out called.
Am I being fooled here? Looked like he had a direct path at the two. I don't quite understand this.
Aloysius, it's your choice.
It looked like really a simple safety with a great margin for error, in my opinion.
Now there's a Hall of Famer, Mike Panozzo, editor of Billiards Digest. He will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The man with the grey curly hair in the middle there, inducted into the Hall of Fame before the Mosconi Cup begins.
Yeah, truly one of the special nights in pool and last several years. And this is going to go. This is going to go. Don't think he was playing it. Not without position on the red 3. He was trying to get behind the green 6, but even from that distance, he took it on, and I still wonder why FSR didn't. I'll have to ask him, really.
Yeah, the Yap shot was fortunate, of course, but he wouldn't have had the chance, would he? Had a different decision been made.
Yeah, he's going behind the purple here. But what I'm saying is, you know, Yap took it on from further away. He wasn't going to give it back to FSR. So again, why didn't FSR take it on?
And this is potentially tricky. Can't see the whole of the 2 ball off one cushion because of the 7. The whole of the 3 ball, sorry.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And now looking to tie another ball up. Well, he's going to try and give a ball in hand, but the problem is, you know, I think Yap will take on the cross side bank on the 5 maybe. It's not that hard. He's going to play the safety, trying to maybe move the 6. Is he looking at the 3-9? Always talk about the Mosconi, you know, what leads to keeping the physical side is keeping the mental side, and I don't know about this one. Even though he switched it.
3-9, length of the table. Gaining a smile and applause from the great man Efren Reyes. That is called going for the jugular. Asia 2-1 up. Aloysius Yap. What a shot. In every tournament, there are certain shots you remember. 3-9 from Aloysius Schaap to regain the lead in what could be the one that gets Asia the cup. And what's more,
thank you, it's default for Asia to break.
The Singaporean gets to break in rack 4.
Yeah, he's really worked on this end of his game. Something that was really about his only weakness, really. Got a scratch in his first. Oh, much better connection. A friendly bump on the green 6. And he's set up pretty nice. He's going to have to play a nice shot from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. There's a lot of traffic. Now the lefty can maybe reach over and get to this one a bit easier than a right-hander.
Yeah, not a roadmap by any means, but if you can sort out, as Jeremy said, 2, 3 and 4, then it becomes, on paper, simpler.
Yeah, he's played a real smart shot there too, simplifying the 2, guaranteeing that look at the 3 that offers a nice angle to move over for the 4. Now he's got to get the speed right.
The extension, please.
He's got to avoid the 8. Now this is all how you hit the pocket. Sometimes if you hit it a little, you know, how you don't want to hit it, the speed could be off and he could fall a little straight on the pink. I like his chances though. And got that nice angle. And he'll come between the 6 and 9. No reason to back down and accept something long.
This is a big call early, but he looks calm. He looks focused. He looks very determined.
Yeah, all that he probably can't swallow, but he's getting it done, Phil.
Yeah, obviously what he portrays on the outside is not what he's feeling on the inside, but I think it is half the battle how you show yourself to your opponent, and he looks in the groove to me.
Yeah, and decisions just get you, you know, widen the margin for error with the nerves and ball pocketing and all that. And you don't always recognize. It's easy to recognize a missed ball by any fan or any player, but little things make a huge difference, especially in these short races to 5 with so much at stake. And still look back to the past safety from FSR on the push-out in the last game.
Just caught that one slightly fat, slightly too thick. That's why the cue ball hasn't travelled as far down the table as he wanted. Should still be okay, but there's always that qualification.
He's another one with those soft hands, and that's that transition in that stroke that I think is really none better.
The magic number is 2. The magic number for Aloysius Schaap to be MVP, and far more importantly, the magic number for Asia to defeat Europe in the first Reyes Cup.
Yeah, you won't see Yap really doing too much of that at the moment. You know, he's a guy that wants to stay focused. That's his personality, and he wants to get this job done after losing 2 matches in a row.
Yeah, let Chua and Kopinyi be the cheerleaders, that's fine, but there's still unfinished business here. He's playing a US Open champion who's only 1 year removed from being world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, FSR maybe with a questionable decision, you know, in maybe some people's mind, obviously in my mind, but so you can't let up. But interesting enough, the first player to qualify for Team Asia for this Reyes Cup is now not totally in position, but in command to be the last player standing and playing to finish it off.
And he has had success before in the World Cup of Pool together with his mentor and his friend, To Lian Han. They reached the final, didn't they?
Yeah, they absolutely did. And, you know, Yap had struggles there, and really, Han really saved him at times, but then, you know, it was Aloysius Schaap that strength of that team that got them into that final. Was that against Team Philippines, I believe they lost? Is that right? No. No, that was, maybe it was? No. Excuse me, it was Austria, I think.
It was David Alcade and Francisco
You're right.
Sanchez-Ruiz.
There's been so many great ones of late, it's hard to keep up. So many duos that can do it so well in that World Cup.
What was the score in that final? 11-6. If Yap wins here, it's 11-6 to Asia.
Yeah, and here's one of those. All right, the 2's going to come up. Ooh, looky here. The 3 gets in a nasty way tied to a purple 5. I'm trying to find a path to get behind it because it does go in one of the upper corners or maybe open it. And the green 6 is causing a lot of problems for that path. Now, if he's willing to kind of float it with a high right ball, he may be able to come 2 rails underneath the 6 and just get the edge of the 3 as he comes down table. 2's no picnic. I think it's there, though. I do. I think a high right ball. He's got to hit it with a kind of like the perfect speed to let the cue ball lengthen a little bit. And just clip the 3 as it comes 2 cushions. It's the kind of shot you really want to feel, though, and I don't think he's really seen it, so probably not what we're going to see either.
Overcut. That would suggest a little let up in the stroke.
Yeah, and it's just again, he's played some good pool, but just hasn't put a complete match together. You kind of feel anyways. Is he kind of going after this a bit, or is he playing behind the 9 maybe? The 3's tied up.
Extension, please.
Pretty smart to call the extension there, even though there is a ball tied up, and it could be a dilemma later.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do in a situation like this is to get down in 2 minds.
Tell you what, he may be shooting at this, trying to open. Oh no, he's playing behind the 9. Looks really good. It's going to open just a little bit. Good cover though. Knowing the black 8's there, did get the snooker. I don't know if he could jump this if he's got to go over the 9 and the 8. It just doesn't make sense. I think he goes behind the pink here, 1 rail. Gonna have to hit down on it a bit. And again, you don't, it's all about hitting the ball here with the 3-5 tied up.
Top priority. Chief priority, hitting the 2. He didn't. It's now ball in hand.
Please start the shot clock.
Yeah, well, I mentioned he's got to hit down on it. I'm surprised he kicks at the ball really well. He's got to understand it's going to open up. I thought it would be more like a center ball so it holds its line. How's he going for position here? The 3 does go to the upper left. Got to deal with the 7 also. Yeah, caught the 7. And this got tricky near the rail with the cue ball. He may go for this to the upper left, even though it's steep. I think he's supposed to be fair. He's got that sweet stroke where the pocket opens up a little.
And it could be a rack winner.
Yeah, he's going to move the 5 a bit, but he should have the 4.
You beauty, Aloysius Yap.
And again, such a smart player and you're really confident in your decisions, it really helps, you know, fundamentally in knocking those tough shots in.
Yap isn't getting carried away, but the crowd are. They're shouting MVP. Give him a chance, let him get over the line.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to stay to the center here or between the 8 and 9. Really, it's preference playing a thin one to the side.
If he can sustain this and come through, he will be armour-plated as an individual going forward. And he's now one rack away from getting the golden ticket.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, super nice guy, but you can see he's still saying stand focused even with the 4-1 lead. He's not going to give in at all, not his personality.
Coming up shortly for him, it's winning the International Open last year means he defends this year. And I'll tell you what, if he does get this winning point, he will go there feeling like $1 million.
Yeah, that's what really boosted him into that first position. And then kind of from there, didn't have the year we expected. Like I talked about, trying to make some, you know, fundamental kind of technique changes. What a shot on the 3 there. And it wasn't center cut, but it was almost. And now in a great position.
So what about Francisco Sanchez Ruiz? 3 down with 4 to play. No more room for error. No more wiggle room. And what's more, Yap has 2 breaks left in the locker.
Yeah, and you just wonder, the way this match has gone for FSR, if it's not something fairly routine, what are we going to see?
Well, I've just been saying golden ticket. What about golden break to finish things off?
Thank you, Rex.
They might need the roofers in at the
Aja's breaking on the hill.
Aquino Stadium if he does
Leading
that.
by 4x to 1.
All right, the 2's over the pocket, so there will be a chance. And a good one. These connect pretty well. He'll have to go up table for 1 shot here early, and then most of the work on the bottom end.
His expression never changed. His demeanour never changed. This is so impressive. He's a man on a mission.
And just stay off the cushion. You can come 1 rail. No reason to involve the second. Nice being aggressive with the cue ball there.
He's a Singapore national snooker champion, so using the bridge is no problem for him.
And I tell you, you know, again, he's just such a smart player, and his fundamental, for the most part, in my opinion, very set up for these slick tables and these big conditions. So just don't see the mistake happening, Phil. I just don't see it.
The overwhelming majority of this crowd, and all of those 4, hope you are right, Jeremy. You normally are.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, he recognized some nerves maybe from some of his teammates at times today, and probably got back in the practice room knowing he's going to play late, and really started putting into focus maybe an hour or 2 ago, anticipating this situation.
He didn't make single elimination at the recent Hanoi Open. I actually wrote and said that his career was going in a negative direction in 2024. Not now. Not now.
No, and he kept just enough angle to push through on this 6 ball, coming 2 cushions for the brown in the side. And Efren knows how tough it is when the nerves get going. He's talked about it during his career. And kind of sweating every shot still. And why not?
This crowd are waiting to exhale, cheering every ball potted now, even the most straightforward.
Yeah, he's going to dress up here after this 8. We may see a little something from Yap.
Awesome Asia on the brink. Just a clinching point, that was a masterful match. He defeats Francisco Sanchez Ruiz comfortably, impressively, convincingly by 5 racks to 1, and Efren is there. He won't get on the table, but the other players do. Asia have withstood a European comeback to win 11-6. Jeremy, it is marvellous to see this in Manila.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. I mean, they certainly deserve it. Hats off to Team Europe putting up a fight here on day 4. It wasn't to be for them, of course, but I mean, you got Yap with the MVP, and you know he deserves it. He rebounded so well after a missed 7 in that first team match. Also learned from it. But really, they're Efren the GOAT, and then you got 5 guys that just performed, and they performed really like 1 in a million.
You know, when you do something like Yap has just done, under the most excruciating pressure, that can only be kryptonite for your career. I thought of all the matches we've seen, and we've seen 17 of them, that was the best performance. He looked determined, focused, sharp from the start. He looked, frankly, unbeatable.
Yeah, and if you looked at this team, Asia, and you kind of put one word along all of them, Rock is going to be the one. The Rock, the solid guy, is going to be right next to Yap, and that's what he did.
Europe must dust themselves off, lick their wounds, and come back fighting for the Mosconi Cup at the end of next month in Orlando, Florida. For now, though, the champions are Asia, winning the Reyes Cup. Yes, Ko Pin-Yi played his part, so did Duong Kwok Wang. He was almost the MVP, but I think no one could possibly argue the man of the moment was Aloysius Yap. He deserves that award richly.
Yeah, great stuff all week.
Congratulations to Team Asia. You have just created history. Efren Reyes, I'm just going to steal you for a moment. Congratulations. You have achieved so much in this game, but just sum up how proud you are to have guided Team Asia to victory.
Yeah, but they play good, and we have lucky.
Well, it was certainly a lot more than luck. Johan Chua, come in. You spoke a lot, didn't you, about how proud you were to be involved in this tournament, named after arguably the greatest player to have ever picked up a cue. How did it feel playing in that tournament for this man?
Yeah, it's a priceless moment for me, not only for me, but I do believe for all of us to be able to be part of this Reyes Cup with Champ Efren still here, so with us. So yeah, we're really proud of this one.
And Efren, just a word on this crowd, because they have been behind you from moment one.
Well, thank you for our, spectator, our from Philippines. Thank you very much for supporting.
And Johan, this man is the captain, but you kind of took on the role as vice-captain this week, didn't you? There are 5 of you that have played, and every single one of you played a certain role.
Yeah, of course. I think I just helped Champ Efren because and I'm really proud of my team. We really did great. I think we vibed together, and hopefully, yeah, we can still get the same team next year.
And of course, we are going to give Aloysius Yap a word in a moment because he is the MVP. But a word on his performances. A word on his performances.
Well, I'm really proud of Yap. This is what I really want. I think Huang and Yap deserves the MVP. So the lineup today, I really give it to both of them if ever we get this one, and I want one of them to be able to choose this 1-2 pick. Is I flip a coin in my room to be able to who I'm gonna put in the first, because they both really deserve to get this tonight and get the victory.
And Aloysius, just talk us through what was going through your mind in that final rack.
Nothing, to be honest. My mind was just so focused.
And how proud are you of not just yourself but the entire team and what you have achieved here?
Yeah, I'm proud of my whole team. I mean, at the start of the week, I was definitely feeling really nervous. I mean, I made a lot of mistakes, but my teammates and every one of them, and all the fans too, and my family, they really supported me and they lift up my spirits. You know, this MVP is not just for me. I feel like all my teammates are MVP as well. Even Efren, I mean, he's the best coach you can ever ask for.
I'm sure he is. Just one final question for you, Johan. For 9-ball in Asia, how much of a catalyst do you hope this can be for youngsters who have watched today in Asia?
Well, I hope this can be I'm very sure it will be an inspiration for all of them, and I'm really excited to see the next generation playing in this Reyes Cup.
Very well said indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Team Asia. And now it is time for a word with our runners-up. Carl, boys, you have to say that if you guys had played with this level of energy, with this cohesion throughout this tournament that you showed tonight, it would have been a lot tighter.
Yeah, obviously, you know, coming into today, it was going to be a tall order because, you know, they've got 5 champions, 5 great players, and, you know, the first time they've played in sort of this environment and the team, I thought they all played really well, they broke well, and obviously we just come up a little bit short today, but, you know, it was a good effort. We sort of made a game of it on day 4.
How much have you learnt being in this role this week?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's very stressful because obviously, you know, you're not playing, so you've not really involved that way. You sort of just go and sit up there or go back in the practice room. So obviously you've not got the cue, so you're involved, but you don't feel that involved. And you know, when the lads are playing, you're sort of just saying, "Oh, don't miss, don't do this." It's, you know, it's like watching your children.
And it is a team game, of course, but a word for Jason Shaw. What a remarkable evening he has had.
Yeah, you know, obviously Jason loves playing in front of a crowd like this. You know, the crowd tonight was unbelievable, and you know, obviously Jason back-to-back matches. The idea was if we can win the first doubles, you know, and sort of just get Jason on back-to-back, you never know, but you know, it weren't to be.
Yeah, commiserations to Team Europe. You put up such a great fight this evening. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for the champions of the inaugural Reyes Cup, Team Asia!
It has been an amazing 4 days for the inaugural Reyes Cup, and it's time now to give out our awards. We invite here on table side Mr. Puch Puyat, founder and owner of Puyat Sports, Mr. Brett Garson of QTech, and Miss Emily Fraser, the CEO of Matchroom Multisport. Again, a round of applause for these ladies and gentlemen for an amazing Reyes Cup here in the Philippines, the return of world-class 9-ball here in Manila. To award our runners-up is Mr. Puch Puyat Manila for one last time. Extend your appreciation. Put your hands together for Team Europe. Their captain, Carl Boyce, Jason Shaw, Eklint Kachi, Mickey Krause, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and David Alcady. One more time, please, for Team Europe! Tremendous battle from Team Europe, especially here in the fourth and final day. Thank you so much, Mr. Puch Puyat. Now we request Mr. Brett Garson of QTech to award our MVP. Manila, who is your MVP? From Singapore, Aloysius Yap! And now to award that gorgeous trophy is Miss Emily Fraser, the CEO of Matchroom Multisport, for your winners of the inaugural Reyes Cup, Team Asia! Captained by the legend Efren Reyes, Aloysius Yap, Ko Pinyi, Duong Kwok Huang, Carlo Biado, and Johan Chua. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever champions of the Reyes Cup, Team Asia!
Yeah, what a remarkable tournament it has been, fittingly finished with an exceptional session of drama. Credit to Team Europe, who fought well, gave a much better account of themselves today, but it proved to be too little too late against an Asian side that just made fewer mistakes, looked more solid, more composed and assured with their shot selection and execution throughout the tournament. Every single player playing their part in what is a historic evening for this sport, deservedly lapping up the plaudits right now. Of course, their captain, the legendary Efren Reyes, leading the celebrations there. And guys, what a tournament this has been, the inaugural staging of the Reyes Cup. It was really fitting that we got to see a bit of a fight back from Team Europe this evening.
Yeah, they were fighting the whole time, you know, they just got trumped. It seemed like match after match, and some things we hadn't seen against Team Europe in a while. But they showed up today, they showed a lot of heart. And you could tell that Team Asia was kind of sweating a little bit because Yap came out and it was all business till he got that throw-in 9 to take down the cup.
Yeah, before we turn our attention to Asia, we have to talk about Jason Shaw. We asked whether he was going to show that Mosconi magic. He certainly delivered. In this sort of environment, with this sort of crowd, he just adores the stage, doesn't he?
Yeah, Jason Shaw, legend of the slate, legend of this arena. And speaking of Team Europe, right, if they win that second partners game, possibly only down 9-7, Asia came with it. You've got to, I know I'm speaking for these two and myself, so grateful to be here on this first inaugural Reyes Cup. The fans really showed out. It's just been a special week.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing from Carl Boyes there about everything that he's learned. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, making that transition back into the comms box?
Yeah, you know, Carl's been there as an assistant. You know, a little different story with something that, you know, you haven't done before, right? I hope he gets another shot at it. I think he deserves it. I think he'll learn from it, and Team Europe will certainly be better. Who knows if they'll win? Team Asia is going to be strong, we know that. But Team Europe will be back.
Yeah, Efren Reyes, such a legend of this game. Won so much already. Another trophy to add to the collection. And those players were really galvanized, weren't they, by having him as their coach?
Yeah, something special happened this week with those players. You know, they're not used to this format. They've got a leader like Efren Reyes. Obviously, it speaks for itself. Efren, the GOAT, these people behind him. This event will only grow.
And what a week it has been for Johan Chua. On Sunday wins his first ever major trophy in singles events, and now a Reyes Cup champion as well. What a role he has taken on as well. It feels like he's matured before our very eyes.
Yeah, he's leading this WNT in so many ways, of course, on the table all the time, and a 2024 to remember for him, and it couldn't end any better with the Reyes Cup.
Yeah, and the world of 9-ball is so lucky to have someone like Johan Chua, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to be a global star. He's already a star here. I think he's continuously growing, and that's what the World 9-Ball Tour does for players, right? You can become a star literally overnight. Chua, he's been working up to it. he's there.
Yeah, Duong Kwang and Aloysius Yap were two of the standout performers this week. They were the two that came into this tournament with the most question marks. People asking whether they should have even been selected. They've answered those questions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Aloysius Yap deserves that MVP. They all played great. He got that final point when there was a lot of pressure starting to mount. But Duong can hang his head high because he showed us what he's all about. He probably came with some of the biggest shots in the event. And I was really happy to see the way he played.
Yeah, we heard Johan Chua there talking about the future of this game and maybe players of the future that could have been inspired by this, but players of the now that haven't even been involved in this tournament, Robbie Capito and Ko Ping Chung, there's a lot of talent in this part of the world.
Yeah, a ton of talent. I just want to highlight once again Aloysius Yap, right? He was one of my questions of the week, and man, did he play so solid. I think he's extremely deserving of the MVP award. I'm really happy for Aloysius.
And how much do you think he could be inspired now for the rest of this year, going into next year? Because it hasn't been, it's been quite a lean year, hasn't it, for Aloysius Yap? He obviously got into this tournament based on what he did about 12 months ago. How much of a catalyst could this be for him going forward?
Oh, it'll be huge. I mean, you know, anytime you get that confidence going, especially under an extreme situation, it's only going to do wonderful things for you. He's a wonderful guy anyways, and he's really smart between the ears, and he loves the East Coast there in America as well. So he's got a few big tournaments coming up there, so wouldn't be surprised if he takes one down.
Yeah, and it's not long to go until these two chaps next to me aren't the only two Americans in the field, because the Moscone Cup returns very, very soon. The 30th of November to the 3rd of December, a brand new venue. Guys, how much are you looking forward to getting back to America for a Moscone Cup?
Yeah, it's great. It's great, you know, to be back in America. Of course, the fans there are incredible. I think the team's going to mature from last year's loss. It was a tough one. You know, and it's nice to get out to a different state because there's so many different big pool states, and Florida's certainly one of them.
And we've spoken this week about how Asian players can be inspired by what they're seeing in the Reyes Cup, but American players can as well, because we don't know what this event is going to look like next year, whether it's going to be Team Europe or Team USA that take on Asia. So I bet a number of those American players are chomping at the bit to get out here to the Philippines.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was highlighting that during the commentary, right? I think Skylar Woodward was tuning in for sure. Shane Van Boning, he likes to watch some pool. I'm pretty certain that team's paying close attention to what happened with Europe this week, not alone what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, a word on Team Europe going into the Moscone. Of course, it is going to be Jason Shaw who captains them. What a role he's going to play. He's going to have such an impact, isn't he, on that side?
Yeah, and you got a Mickey Krause as well. Jason, of course, he's going to be there. I think he's basically in the best position he's been in a long time, playing day in, day out. Jason had a couple crazy mistakes in Anoa, or he might have won it again. But you got Mickey Krause, who got some vital experience here, some veterans that can still learn some things, right? And they'll be fighting for that cup even more after suffering a loss here in Manila.
Yeah, how do you think Mickey Krause will be feeling going into that? Because he was the rookie here this week. Going into Moscone, he'll certainly have learned a lot. He's a very level-headed player, isn't he? And I'm sure he'll go away and reflect on this.
Yeah, he got the monkey off his back. He started out real solid, and I think JJ touched on it. He didn't slip really at the end, but, you know, everybody struggles at times with this format. I think going into the Moscone Cup, he's going to do something special.
Yeah,
and he's very comfortable in America as well, Mickey. He spent a lot of time there, so I think he'll get on well.
Yeah, let's have a look then. Confirmation of what we have coming up next on Sky Sports in the world of 9-ball. It is the Moscone Cup, returning from the 30th of November to the 3rd of December. But here in Manila, well, it was the home favourites who certainly made their mark and made a slice of history.